So apparently, if you start the broadcast before you add yourself to it, it will double add you. Who knew? So I'm really sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to fix it, and at the same time, fix another mistake. So, in case any of you didn't um, catch it, there was an impeachment this week, and it went big fat nowhere. Now, they will tell you that the impeachment went bad because what was it? Um, well, Trump's lawyers lied. No, he actually just told the exact truth. Problem with that exact truth. Oh, problem with that exact truth is that he also said that if you actually put this stuff up there, or if you call these witnesses, I'm going to call some of your own witnesses and make them testify about the things they said and did. Not something they really want. Nancy and Maxine in particular do not want to talk about the things they said. Oh, do they not want to talk about the things they said? They actually did call for violence. They specifically, you missed nothing, troll. Um, Not only did they call for violence, they called for targeted violence. That's not something they want on the record under literally any circumstances. Well, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual for me. And hi, Outer. Guys, I know this is a huge shit show on my part because I screwed up bad. I boomered this so bad. Okay, Troll, what were you thinking? Um, yeah, they don't want Nancy testifying about her calls for violence. They really, really don't want Squad testifying at all. Because even when they're right, they can't testify. And as Viva Free once put it, if you say I'm an honest man too many times, the judge is going to ask how honest you really are. That's going to always make them wonder what's really going on. Now, I'm going to be quiet here for a second because I am going to try to pin that my comment. All right, that's better ish. Okay. Outer Haven says it's cool, dude. Fake it till you make it, bro. I stream on Twitch. It's hard, bro. Well, no, this is just a total setup failure on my part. My bad. Troll says a certain governor killed thousands of people with a biological weapon that made him a mass murderer and possibly chargeable with war crimes. Wow. I knew murder, but it didn't occur to me until you said something that there could be war crimes charges. Oh, don't you have to be at war with the people who are targeted though for it to be a war crime? Of course, I could be mistaken. That was a little above my purview. So yeah, I guess it could be a war crime. certainly a crime against humanity. Just saying. Um, yeah, they don't want Cuomo being called up to testify. God help him. They don't want anyone being called to testify unless they already know which side of the aisle that person's on. And then they certainly want people on one side of the aisle saying yes or no to the questions that they ask. And they probably practiced the questions a couple weeks before they even filed the first complaint before the House, just so that they could get it narrowed down to the point. Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this other thing? Yes, no, yes. That's what they wanted. It didn't occur to them for a second that that might actually catch up to them. And then they got reminded just before the Senate phase began. Oh, okay, no problem. If you call witnesses, I'm calling witnesses too. Oh, we said that, didn't we? Damn it. Outer Haven says AOC is a fucking liar. Well, yeah. Law called out by her own people. What does PMSL mean? I'm from England. I watch American politics closely. Well, yeah. Haven, what happens here has a trickle down. Shit rolls downhill. Okay. What happens here is going to affect everybody else in the line. Um, so what happened here is pretty good indicator of what's going to happen to you guys next. So have your get home bag ready. Troll says maybe surely something. Oh yes. Well, yeah. Crimes against humanity, most likely. Thank you guys for being here. I know this short notice. Um, even I didn't know when this was going to happen. So, oh, piss myself laughing. Yeah. Oh, it gets worse than that. You get 50 human beings together. Statistically, 10 of them are going to be lying. All right. That's just the fact of the matter. Um, of those 10, in our case, the 10 people who are lying are the ones who are guilty. Right? You have 100 witnesses to a traffic accident. You're going to have 115 different stories. That's a statistical reality. Within those 115, let's say 5 are involved. 3 of them are going to lie. One of them is going to tell the version of the story that they want you to hear, and the fifth one's going to be like, "I'm not sure what happened," or they are sure what happened, and they're sure they're the only one who did anything right. Well, yeah, I failed to signal because that guy cut me off. I didn't have time to signal, and then I got hit a second time. All right. Of the other 110, at least 10 of them are going to lie and say, "Oh yeah, I saw the red car." They're not even involved in the accident. All right. In this case, all 10 of the people lying are the people who did the bad things. And yes, I am talking about AOC and her "I almost died" story. She's across at least four, used to be a 4-lane highway, divided highway. Let me give you an idea of how serious this road is. There are freeways, or at least sections of I-5 that I just happen to be really familiar with, that aren't as wide as Pennsylvania Avenue still is. We're talking thousands of feet away. You can't shoot a gun that far. But I almost died. No, not even close. Um, oh, this is not good. Right. StreamYard is telling me the total control is in here, and both YouTube and StreamYard are not telling me this. So, yeah, Totes agreed. Dude, you cough, we sneeze. Pardon the pun. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Totes is not in here. He's agreeing with me. My bad. She needs to go back to bartending and keep in her own lane. I don't even think bartending was her lane, to be honest with you. She got fired from being a bartender. Um, oh no, no, no. That was the corn dog thing. My bad. I also question her competence as a bartender, though. That's just the way it is. Um, Nancy doesn't want to talk about her threats to Republicans in general. Maxine Waters doesn't want to talk about her very specific threats towards Trump supporters. And I seen the video. Don't tell me it doesn't exist. You get in their faces. That was actually a call to violence because when you get in somebody's face, it's the start of the fight. That's it. And you tell them they're not welcome, and you listen to the video, or you watch the video, and you listen to it. It really just sounds like she's saying it as an afterthought. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. I better fix it right now. Um, and if any of you can think of some others off the top of your heads, because those are just the ones that I happen to remember. Haven, StreamYard is a website that facilitates live streaming for at least YouTube, and I think I know they'll do Facebook, but they'll only do Facebook as a person and not as a page. Troll says, had to walk my moose. What moose? And Haven says, I saw it and thought it was a call to violence then and still do now because it was a call to violence then and it still is now. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm really not trying to be an ass. I'm trying to catch up to all of the other things that I didn't actually do correctly before I started this stream. Okay. Oops. Let's get back to where we're supposed to be. Um, and oh yeah, by the way, on the subject of call to violence, what happened? What was it? A week later was the Red Hen, I think, incident. Now that wasn't violence, it was property rights. Yeah, whatever. Kiss my property right. Either way, the last thing they want you to know, the last thing they want you to hear about is what they themselves had been saying. Now Eric Hunley's been hit by YouTube, and I'll get hit next. As a matter of fact, today is my first formal, my first day of fuck YouTube parole for 3 months. Let me tell you all about this. All right. I find a video on Fascist Book in private messages. I'm going to say this right here and now. I don't care what this does to me later. I know COVID's real, right? I know people who had it. I know one who was in ICU because of it. He's in his 80s. He's got COPD, and I think he has an emphysema. He's my uncle, all right? He had COVID. He was in very, very seriously bad shape. He survived. He's back home. He's back on oxygen, which he was on oxygen before. So that doesn't tell me a whole lot. He does look a lot worse for wear now. Um, I know it's real. I know it's potentially very serious. Well, there's some stupid bitch out there that tries to say, "Oh, it's just a flu, and you don't need the things that are going to get that got me in trouble last time about what you don't really need." All I wanted to do was address it and say, and it was going to be a screen share and a live stream last Thursday, and I was actually going to hit the pause button. Pause. Okay, wait a second. You say I don't need this, that, and the other thing. You know what? I don't. I know I'll get it and survive. I probably already did and didn't notice. I survived meningitis in 6 months. I'm contemptuous of COVID. And as Papa Carey keeps reminding me, that's a very dangerous attitude to have. Well, yeah, true. And I survived meningitis at 6 months. So fuck you. Um, I want to get it, right? Because I know if I haven't already, I want to get it. So I'll get over it. And then I can start donating blood plasma. And people like my uncle will be bought the 6 to 12 hours that they need to make it, right? Thank you, Outer. He's as well as he's going to get under the circumstances. I hate putting it like that, but he also smoked longer than I've been alive and heavier than I ever have. So not that's not on the virus, really. Right. But this me getting it, donating blood plasma would buy people like him the critical 6 to 12 hours they're starting to realize. It seems like there's this 6 to 12 hour where if you can make it through this time frame, you'll survive. And that plasma is like breath of life itself. All right. It's not as good as a vaccine, but that is the best uh, life vest for somebody in that position you're ever going to see. I was going to, this other video that got me in so much trouble. I was going to stop and say, bitch, I know you're lying because my cousin got the virus. My cousin was wearing a mask. My cousin was visiting with my uncle. They were playing chess or checkers. I don't remember which. For Papa Carey said it was like 8 hours. I think it was probably closer to 4. That's how my uncle got it. Even through the mask. Now, it was not a mask that he should have been wearing for that, but he was wearing a mask, which is what they were saying way back. What was it? March, April last year? April, May last year? My uncle still got it, even through the mask. She also said some other things that were just absolutely insane. I can't even imagine how somebody could tell a lie this fantastical and think they could get away with it. I also can't imagine why somebody thought it was such a great idea to pass it along. I wanted to address it. Okay, this is a lie. This is a lie. And this is a lie. I uploaded it, and YouTube gave me a full on channel strike, and suspended me for 1 week formally and 3 months informally. I get in trouble one more time in the next 3 months, no more carry. All right. I'm going to catch up with the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm really, don't know who I'm more mad at. YouTube for the strike for a video that was never going to even go unlisted. It was going to stay private so that I could just show it and react to it. Or this lady for the lie, because it's the same lie both ways. Oh, God damn. I can't even fucking believe. All right. Outer Haven said, hell yeah, but it's the left, so it's cool. I don't know if that's in reference to the lies about COVID or the lies about the impeachment. But yeah, you know what? Both. Both is true. Both. Both is good. Okay. Sorry to hear that. We appreciate that. I hope he gets well soon. Like I said, he's as well as he's going to get, considering he smoked like pack and a half a day for 50 years. Haven says it's a bioweapon, a catalyst to put into place in the New World Order. ID track and trace humans. No jab, no pay, no food, no stay. Oh, reference to vaccinations. I completely agree that it is a biological weapon. I think the purpose of the biological weapon may have been a little bit, what may have been something else, and it didn't work the way they planned. But you know what? It turns out it's doing a whole lot of damage either way. Um, as most of you by now should know, I'm a kind of a big sci-fi nerd. Um, I've read all but three of the Star Wars books, except New Jedi Academy. I haven't touched any of that series. Um, One of them was the Krytos trap. In the Krytos trap, um, there's the new sort of empress, the intelligence chief. She tells this one general to create for me this new virus that's so horrible it'll kill like 90% of the galaxy's population, except humans. Don't kill the humans. He does exactly what she told him to do to the best of his abilities, which she was asking me. I'm reading it. What? Um, she punished him for it. The whole purpose of this virus was to kill as many people and create as much hate for humans as possible. Okay. It had to be massively mutagenic, something like that. It had to be able to change very, very rapidly and pretty much on the fly. Couldn't do that. It didn't have the effect, but it did a lot of damage. And she still punished him anyway. If you ever get a chance, that book is literally the future of biological warfare for the next 50 years. And by the way, it's based on events that actually happened in Italy in World War II, although it's very loosely based on those events. Outer says it is real. It is. Um, oh, Christ. Phil says, that said, I got sick last January and it scared me, but I still refuse to submit my rights. Just know. Troll, what I know of you, you probably would survive it anyways. Just take about a 48-hour nap, right? Don't succumb to depression and don't smoke during that 48 hours. You don't smoke anyway. I do. Otter Haven, I also agree we die alone or surrounded is your choice. And you know what? My uncle was surrounded. All right. I wanted to be in there because I wanted him to breathe it in my face and get me sick. Papa Carey was not happy when I said that. Outer Haven, I was also really ill last January to me and the missus. Um, I'm gonna guess that the two of you got over it. The three of you, actually, because Outer's wife also got sick. Troll says only mask I'll wear is with my body armor. Hey, keep keep that in mind. And there is bullet resistant face masks now. Outer violence call two. Okay. Troll says just know. Outer Haven says yep, and Troll says I liked Kratos trap. See, I know Troll read it because he spelled it right. Troll says, I smoke Marlboro Red Hundreds on those long dirt roads. And pot is so expensive it will make you die broke and destitute. It is? I always thought pot was the cheap shit. Right. Not ignoring, not ignoring, not ignoring, I swear. Okay. I actually wanted to do this morning, but my roommate had some stuff that he had to take care of this morning, and I had agreed to help him. So kind of like sprung this on everybody, including myself. And it's not, I had agreed to do this like a month ago when, before I was suspended. So, oh, okay, troll. I did not know that. I'd rather people just be an honest sinner than a dishonest saint. On that note, sooner or later, I'm going to be doing a live stream with somebody to talk about some of my own sins. Troll says he gets his prawns in April. Why April? Never mind. I didn't. I'm sorry. That's none of my business. You're right. Okay, moving on. Um, Here's the funny thing about every single lie. All right. Sooner or later, it does catch up to you. You can't avoid that. Sooner or later, the lie you told today is going to come out. And it might not even be an important lie, but it's going to come out. The collie saying, I almost died when, and I'm going to admit, I fell for that. I did. I admit it. Until somebody else who was also there said, wait a second, I was there and it didn't happen to me. And that made me, well, no, that's not true. Somebody, not Dave Rubin, but who the hell was it? Anyway, somebody put together a chart, excuse me, a survey of the area that showed the area where the problem was and the area where she was. And I'm looking at that saying, what's that red line? Right? Well, that red line was Pennsylvania Avenue. I remember back when Pennsylvania Avenue was still a street. I remember the day they closed it. And I remember the circumstances that they closed it under. And how very, very close we all came to not having a president leave office in about 15 minutes. I'll get into my rant about that someday. Um, the knowing what I knew about Pennsylvania Avenue, I realized this was ridiculous. Like you could have a gun, be on one side of Pennsylvania, and shoot the windows out on the other side. Sure, right, but you can't be a quarter of a mile away and shoot out the windows. Right, that's not how it works. There was no report of a shooting except inside the building itself. Just saying. Um, Nancy saying that Donnie said all these horrible things and incited violence. Then they present the evidence during the hearing, and wait a second, Donnie never had a blue check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the sort of shit they don't want you to know about because this is what will get them into trouble each and every time. Troll says temperature. Okay, all right. Outer Haven says, yeah, we all got over it, but it was one time I woke up and could breathe so well, thought I needed to go to the hospital. Glad I didn't. Probs would have been a death sentence. Okay. I think he meant probably and couldn't breathe so well. I thought or so badly. I needed to go to the hospital and last January, as in last month, probably okay. A year ago, January, probably okay. I'm thinking more like August or September would have been the time to avoid a hospital. Troll says an unarmed group is not a mob. Angry people is not a riot. I'm sure it was scary, but it wasn't dangerous unless they stumbled across Antifa. Let's talk about some more lies. Alt-right extremist captured on video, or whatever the hell they're saying about her now. All right, if you haven't heard about it yet, there is video of some lady using what looks like a chunk of telephone pole on one of the windows. That happened. I've seen the video. It's not fake. It might have been from a different event, in which case you could argue it's fake. I'm accepting, for the for lack of anything else, that this lady was there doing this thing, which was using a section of telephone pole to bash out a window. How many conservatives even own pink sock covers? I'll let you know. I'll let you know a secret. I don't think I own anything pink. Period. And for those of you not keeping track, I mean, what's the definition of a pussy hat? But that's what it looked like. Somebody wearing a pussy hat was trying to bash the window in. Okay, that's a Trump supporter, all right. Um, we know somebody put devices around the complex, but we don't know who. I'm just saying. Antifa is known to place devices, real and fake. This is proven. It happened in Eugene, Oregon, at the police department in retaliation for one of their members dying the day before because he started reaching for a gun when the cops came. And they weren't even there to arrest him. They were just there to ask him to leave the school. This guy and this lady, they have a kid together. Supposedly, there's a divorce later on. Okay, well, he's non-custodial father now. I'm a non-custodial father, so I kind of feel for him in that regard. He goes to the school and he tries to get his kid. No. All right. I know better than to try going to my kid's school and take my kids out. That's a felony. It would be a felony for me to do it. The school refuses to release him because he's non-custodial father, non-custodial parent. He tries to push the issue. He's standing there arguing with them long enough for the police to actually show up. Now, having some experience in this realm, I know that means he was there for way too long. Police weren't even going to arrest him. As far as I can tell, they weren't going to arrest him. They were just going to escort him out of the building. He starts to put up a fight. He reaches for a gun. That was caught on video on the body cams. Don't tell me that didn't happen. The very next day, oh, and I never did hear specifically, were these pipe bombs, were they real or fake? I never actually did hear. I assumed that they were real because I never did hear who plants pipe bombs. Just saying. Troll says, I've met one actual white supremacist ever. He was from Norway and very disagreeable. Troll, I'm going to let you in on a secret. All of them are. They are, first of all, they're rude and arrogant. And second of all, they're stupid and dishonest. Right? Rude and arrogant. Well, fuck, that describes me. I'm just saying. Stupid is forgivable, but dishonest. No, no, no. I will never, I'll forgive somebody for being rude. I will forgive them for being arrogant. I have to forgive them for being stupid. But if you're dishonest, fuck you. And you only have to lie to me once for it to be done. There's a certain gentleman on Discord that I have blocked because every time he speaks, it's another lie. I, I'm not saying he keeps making a mistake, right? He keeps talking about a certain ethnicity strongly associated with its religious eponym. You know who I'm talking about? Um, it doesn't even matter what goes on in the world, suddenly everything's their fault. Okay. So, and COVID's one of them. And like I do, I threw it out there, kind of a shit post of India Romeo Alpha November created it. Oh, this guy spurred out so hard it wasn't even funny. It was actually kind of sad. And then insisted that I was confusing people. Oh, fuck this guy. I made the mistake of unhiding one of his comments, realizing where this guy was going. No, this guy's done. I'm done with this guy. Troll says this guy is in jail until doomsday. How did you meet him? On second thought, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Although it's not a secret, I've been to jail, so who am I to judge? And I can guarantee you that whatever was going on with Troll, I was in something resembling actual trouble because somebody else did a very serious naughty, and the police mistook me for being part of that kind of philosophy. Just my bad fucking luck. All right, not ignoring, guys. I swear. Okay. Oops. Hit the right tab, dummy. Um, where am I in time? How long have I been at this? Got plenty of time. Anyway, yeah, the first lie you tell is the one that's always the end of it. Now, there's a way to rehabilitate a lie, The first thing you got to do is just own up and say, you know what? You're right. You caught me, Doc. And then not do it again. I am going to tell all of you right here and now the sky is brown. Everybody knows it. Um, oh, excuse me. Damn. The sky is brown. Now, any idiot can tell you that that's a lie. Literally, any idiot can tell you that's a lie. The only way for me to rehabilitate that is to say, you know what? You got me. I lied. I shouldn't have done it. And then do your penance and not do it again. But that, even then, it takes time for that to, oh, for that to blow over. If you lean into the lie, it's just going to get worse. Um, the collie, her outright lie about white supremacists beating on her door, whatever the fuck else she said, that didn't happen. And people found out about it. And then she got, what was it? Ryan. Well, Senator Ryan, okay? Says, I'd love to work with you on this. And she tells him, seeing as how you tried to kill me yesterday, the best thing you can do is resign. If you really want to help, resign. Oh, okay, fuck you too. All right. And now it came out, oh, you were never in danger. You knew it. And this crazy ass story about the Capitol cop pounding on the door, screaming, "Where is she?" You know what? I don't believe you. I just don't believe that that happened in Flag on the Play. I also know something about office building security. Office buildings don't have locks in the traditional sense anymore. They don't exist anymore. They have electronic locks so that everybody who's going through that building, who has a right to be going through that building, they can track you. All right. It's typically an ID badge. You wear it right about here in most buildings, although Capitol building, they might just require you keep it on you. You swipe it. All right. That's or badge it. You badge the lock and you can go through the door. He didn't need to pound on the door. Did Carrie just reveal a little secret about security? Yeah. Except it's not a fucking secret. Everybody knows about it. You see it in movies all the damn time. So I'm not buying the story about he's pounding on the door saying, "Where is she?" Troll says he worked on the guy's car and his check cleared. Lucky him. Um, Leaning into the lie means you were lying all along. You could have even fixed this by simply saying, I felt like we were in danger and I didn't understand what was going on. And it was all so confusing. All right. It's not like she didn't know the rally was going to happen. I've seen officer safety uh, bulletins, right? When I was a security guard, we would get officer safety bulletins from time to time that were marked for official use only or higher about this event's going on or that event's going on. There was an actual white supremacist rally when I was living in Sacramento. because it was supposed to be happening about 6 blocks away, and there was a concern that there might be a riot, we got an officer safety bulletin. I had to read it and initial it, saying, yes, I've read this and I understand it, right? The the rally itself was supposed to happen on Saturday or Sunday. I don't even remember. And as I'm reading it, I was like, wait, Captain, this is going to happen on the weekend. I work weekdays. He said, you still got to sign it. Um, okay. And there was some actual information in there about what they expected us to do during this time frame. I'd rather not discuss it too much, but double check doors was definitely on the list. You'd have to be a fucking retard to not figure out that we were told we were to check doors. Um, so the idea that AOC didn't know that this rally was going to be going on that day doesn't even begin to wash. Hi, Buckle. Colorado, she's not lying. Um, Now she's treating it like this is some sudden, unexpected thing. Okay, all right, whatever. Maybe you're just retarded and didn't realize it was going on, and maybe you didn't really understand because there was the one incident, at least the one incident before that, with the devices that were found or somebody thought they found. There was a later incident supposedly involving a flashbang, but to this moment, I have still not heard anybody say Capitol Police used it, that it was one of theirs. I would think by now that would be all over the place. Oh my God, the Capitol Police provoked the crowd by lighting off the flashbang. Nobody said anything about it. Why not? Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. You can buy those over the internet. You can also make them. It's a little bit more sophisticated than match heads in a oh, beer bottle, right? But you can make a device that could be mistaken for a flashbang. Let me put it that way. And still nobody's owned up to it. That tells me who probably put it there and that they're still looking for the guy. And they may not have any idea who it was. So, okay, you put all these little pieces together, and she says that she was scared and confused. I could almost have believed that. But then she turns around and tells Paul Ryan, Senator Paul Ryan, that if he really wanted to help, he could resign. Fuck you, bitch. You were lying the whole time and you knew it. One of these days, I'm going to start drinking again. I'm going to find that thing inside of me that allowed me to drink, and then I'm going to rant. Um, I'm going to live stream just blackout drunk. Oh, that reminds me, small thing. If you know like 12 to 14 people in these general circles, um, well, I got a little project. I want to do a 48-hour live stream. That's gonna hurt, but I and the idea is somebody will come on for about 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever they feel comfortable with, and then they'll hand off to the next guy in line. Right? Not ignoring, not ignoring, not ignoring, guys. Okay, that shouldn't. Okay, There we go. So, where are we standing right now? First of all, the impeachment was a total and complete fiasco involving fabricated evidence and out of context quotes that, when they were going to be compared to other people's in context quotes, would have put the goddamn jury, if the jury would have been the ones going to actual prison. You can't say these things after accusing somebody else of having said these things. Well, actually, before accusing somebody else of saying these things and wanting him to be in trouble, and then think you're not going to be in trouble yourself. That's not the way it works. Um, Again, fabricated evidence. Donnie never had a blue check. Ooh, shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have lied. Okay, Buckle saying hi to everybody. No, just troll. How do you two know? Troll says I don't do anything for 48 hours. Um, well, one of us is going to have to be off and on awake for those 48 hours. If it's my bad idea, I suppose it's on me, right? And Buckle agrees it was a waste of time and money. It was a waste of potentially, first of all, millions of taxpayers' dollars just having people sit at computers and do this stuff, right? The electricity, the manpower, the equipment. This computer that could have been used to process uh, COVID aid or work on building new roads or schools or whatever, was instead being tied up doing Photoshop for fake ass tweets. That's the money that's just gone now, and billions more on things that could have been getting done that didn't get done. And you know what? Most of y'all don't realize I do own 3 businesses. They're not horribly successful, but I own 3 businesses. And I know that time I spend doing one thing that I could have been spent doing the other thing, that's money wasted. Troll says it was political theater. No, no, it was political shitpost. Trying to accuse somebody else of something you literally just did. Um, Buckle, I'm going to bring you back up to speed as part of the recap. Okay, so I spent 1 week in um, fuck you to solitary confinement for daring to say that somebody was lying about COVID by saying that there's no threat. And I'm pretty sure Troll said, yes, there is. And I'm going to see if I can still find it. Outer Haven said specifically, it is real. I thought it was more profound than that. Sorry, out. That's what I'm in trouble for daring to say, for daring to call a liar out. I know that people think I'm have Asperger's or something. All right. I don't care about that. You can call me every nasty name in the book. All right. My BitChute channel is literally mandatory carry F word that you can't say on YouTube under any circumstances, but refers to sexual orientation of certain men. All right. So you think I care about that? Don't lie to me. Buckle, yeah. It's not even Buckle, I do believe that I know you via Chaplain Drew. Well, Chaplain Drew has a very strong idea what might have been in that video. Go ask him. If it's as bad as I described, which on the scale of lies, damn lies, and statistics is even beyond the damn lies. Alfred Lord Tennyson, it would be spinning in his grave if he ever heard somebody tell something this ridiculous. This was at a level that a certain journalist from Germany circa 1930 to 1944 would have been embarrassed to tell. It's literally that bad. Troll says it is real, but do you, brother? Well, yes, I'm going to do me, which is call out the lie as best as I can without being able to show it to you. The embarrassing part is I still got it on my computer. I have it on my laptop because when I went to put it up, all right, I put it up with two others, and I'm not even thinking about it. Um, and then it says like 15 minutes to upload or whatever. Okay, whatever. I'm at like the 15-minute point and it's still not uploaded. What's going on here? So I just refreshed and Gmail is telling me that, oh, you have a channel strike and you can't upload anything for a week. Fuck YouTube solitary. And this strike expires in 3 months. Um, and I'm telling you all this one, I'm going to take it private as soon as we're done here today because they've got me that convinced that they're coming after me. Here's the thing. They're going to take anything I do say and use it against me. It's that simple. Okay, through Drew. Good. That's also how I know gun-loving grandpa. Who else did I meet there? Although I bumped back into G3 on another channel. And like 3 or 4 others. Sorry. Um, well, I was really kind of hoping at top of the list was one person in particular who's I don't reach out to this guy enough. I'm not a very good friend to this guy, and it sucks. I was hoping he could make it, but he won't. Buckle Bunny says, well, I'm not getting their damn vax. I'll come back to that in a second. And not testing either. My best friend is an RN, thought she was doing the right thing and getting the 2-shot vax. Well, on the second shot, she had a heart attack. Ooh. I hope that that's just bad luck. But with my near miss from the anthrax vaccine, and I'm not talking about the COVID vaccine here. I'm talking about the anthrax vaccine. And this is a well-documented fact. The VA will compensate you if you had the anthrax vaccine improperly. So go ahead and strike me for that. My experience with the anthrax vaccine is well, my near miss with anthrax vaccine has me freaked out. I'm just paranoid of any vaccine that has not been tested to the point where failure is not possible, which is why I would go get the shingles vaccine. No problem. But COVID vaccine scares me. And I know it's just me, my paranoia, and it scares the hell out of me. But, Bunny, rather, I'm not going to read that out loud. And I know that that's happened. Things like that have happened. And I hope she recovers from the heart attack well enough to go back to bike riding. And Bunny, to protect what's left of the channel, I do have to pull that down. But just that one piece. Sorry, I Bunny, I'm sorry, but they're looking for an excuse to strike me, and they're going to find one. So I'm trying to not give them an easy target. I hope she recovers. Troll says shingles is late stage chicken pox. Yeah, I had chicken pox at the tender age of 25 years old. Does that tell you what kind of immune system I have? Oof. So, yeah, a childhood illness I didn't get. Honestly, I'm shocked that I got chickenpox, although that's kind of a roulette. Sooner or later, your number does come up, right? Well, when I got chickenpox, all I got was the things on your skin that eventually flake and you scratch them off, and I felt kind of ugh for about 12, maybe 14 hours. That's it. I'm over it. I just don't want to deal with shingles, and from what I'm hearing, probably would be kind of uncomfortable. Other people are talking about debilitating pain that leaves them in the rack for 2 and 3 days. I know my immune system, I would just be uncomfortable for a day or so. I also know that I'm a little bit arrogant about viruses because I've survived them. There's literally only one virus on Earth that I'm afraid of at this point. Um, and that's HIV. I'm legitimately afraid of HIV. That's it. Bunny says, I've seen people with shingles, very painful. I believe you. I do. And I know me. I, I get this constant itch in my lower back. I always say it's psychosomatic from when I was homeless. A little piece of me is kind of wondered is that shingles? Because I know me. Uh, I had chickenpox when I was 7 months pregnant with my son. Ooh. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's even 80 years ago. That could have been a death sentence for for Buckle and the baby. That could have been a death sentence 80 years ago. And I think Bunny's Not quite my age. Bit younger than me, but old enough to understand that yes, that was not a good position to be in. So, wow. I hope it came out okay. That's gotta suck. All right, I gotta focus. So, for those of you that didn't notice, the description is just impeach these nuts. Well, that's pretty much the way it came out, too, isn't it? All right, they got nothing, and they look like fools. And because of the impeachment, by the way, now people are looking very closely at some of the more unusual details of the election itself. I'm just saying some things are starting to come up again. Numbers, 2 plus 2 does equal 4, period. And yet somehow they got 8. Matter of fact, that's Pennsylvania. Yeah, that was Pennsylvania, where this 2 plus 2 question is coming up. Pennsylvania by itself was enough. Just saying. Um, Troll says chickenpox is annoying, shingles is a nightmare. Well, if you're pregnant, chickenpox could be anything. Cold could be more than just annoying. Bonnie says, doctor told me that he was exposed to and probably would never have the pox. Wrong, he had the pox bad when he was 12, broke out, poor guy, but he was okay. Okay, she's referring to her. The doctor said because she was pregnant when she had chickenpox, her son probably wouldn't have gotten it, but no, when he was 12, so I'm about right on the numbers. Um, he still got it. Yeah. Normally chickenpox is just annoying. I mean, for me, it was just kind of like, ugh, ugh. It's like making your rack. Nobody wants to do it, but you got to go through it, right? Whereas some people really do have a rough time of it. Like I said, I only remember having these little, I want to say lesions that I'd scratch them and they eventually pop off. I'm feeling kind of for a day. All right. How long have I been going? I'm bound and determined to go a bit longer than normal today. Hopefully, quite a bit longer than normal because I I couldn't be here Thursday like I normally am, and I didn't announce this in advance. I didn't set it up in advance because I just wanted to hit YouTube so hard, like they wouldn't see this coming. Something else I'm noticing. Um, there's certain Voldemorts in the world that if you talk about them in the time frame, YouTube will punish you. Now, because I'm already on thin ice right now anyway, I'm not going to name names at this point. But one that comes to mind is a gentleman who reportedly overheard a phone conversation. Might have had something to do with Donnie too. I'm just saying. Um, I did a video months ago about how the the events of that time frame were really his circus. And what do you know? Donnie got through that one squeaky clean. Um, he did get in trouble with the House. Oh no. All right, guys, I think I lost my signal. Can somebody give me an F or an R or something? Actually, I can give myself. What look good? All right, I'm gonna press on like nothing happened. Um. Anyway, yeah, I was talking about the so-called whistleblower. It's a fucking liar. Um, and how this was all his impeachment. Yeah, it's fine. Um, YouTube took that down same day. Made a rant about it. I think the next day went up. I think it went up the next day. A month later, I was able to put that exact same video back up. Now, I mean the one they took down. Exact same um, uh, uh, um, title, everything. No changes at all. It seems like they get over the problem after a month or so. Right now, they're on my ass about this stupid bitch who claims to be an epidemiologist with 14 years experience and says you don't have to do all these things that are annoying and unpleasant. And I got a feeling that in about a year or so, they're going to say, well, we don't care about that so much. Just saying. The Buckle says that I'm clear as day. Well, I think I'm clear as mud, but at least I'm getting out, according to her and Troll. Not ignoring, guys, I swear. That's definitely not important. Apparently, one of my problem children made a comment on Discord. It's the same guy I said I blocked for being a dishonest idiot. At least the host of that said Discord, he, he strikes me as an honest fool. All right. He obsesses too much about the eponymous uh, um, religious and racial group. Um, but at least he's never come out and said, oh, you must be lying about India Romeo Alpha November because I said so. He won't talk to me about it. Yeah, okay. All right. He doesn't want to talk, but at least he's never come out and lied to me. I've actually said that. I've never heard a lie out of him. Troll, what are you doing? And if it's funny, can you make a video of it? Moving on. So, yeah, like I said, I'm going to try to go a lot longer today because I dropped this on everybody at literally the last possible second, and that's not really fair to anybody. Um, Bunny, I know that Drew would be normally be live streaming in about an hour and 45 minutes. So if he still is, or 40 minutes. So if he still is, go on and talk to him, okay, and send my regards. Tell him what's kind of happened. Okay, Troll says, I'm going to use mash bags to keep my prawns safe from my fish. That's actually kind of brilliant. Um, I First of all, I think you meant mesh bags. Second of all, that's kind of brilliant. Um, are you going to put a frame in it to keep the bag open? I'll document the whole process when I get full grown prawns. Okay, fair enough. All right. Oh, I was actually talking to Papa Carey earlier today, and I'm having a little bit of trouble with the language I need here. Not the F bombs, but some of the more technical terms. Not every lie is the same. If I told you that the week started on Monday, normally that would be a lie. But if your society really does work around a Monday through Sunday week, that's not a lie for you. And if you enter into another society that it's Sunday through Saturday, all of a sudden you made a mistake, right? What you went from one society to another. Or maybe you were just confused and you made a mistake. That's fine. But if you lean into the lie or the mistake, it becomes a lie. Great example. The British Army back in the 1980s, I believe, they developed this great new awesome gun. It was perfect. It was everything they wanted. And they did it just in time to shut down the Royal Armories. Um, and great, good for you, except it was a piece of crap. Crap. Desert Storm comes along, and there's reports of these guns being really, really bad, like shit guns. Well, no, that none of it's true. Yeah, first time it could have been a mistake. It could have been that you tested it under one set of conditions, put it in the field, and it was a completely different set of conditions that you weren't prepared for. That happens. That happened to the M16. Actually, what? The M16, same thing. It was an awesome gun under testing conditions. They made tweaks to it, put it into the field, and all of a sudden it was malfunctioning left and right. British gun, it was great under testing conditions, put it into the desert, all of a sudden it's, guys are having to spend every spare second cleaning the guns just to keep them in operation. The difference between the two is in the US, when reports started coming up of there being problems with the M16, Congress real quick got in on it and started working on figuring out what the problem was. Now, that leads to the blame game. Colt blames the Army, Army blames Colt. Both of them blame Congress, and Congress blame them. Okay, fine. That's blame game. That's the way that works. Um, in the SA 80, the case of the SA 80, not quite what happened. Rather than just own up and say, yeah, there's a problem, the British Army tried to cover it up. And it just kept getting worse and worse. It's a mistake at first, but when you start covering it up, that's a problem. Best thing to do if you made a mistake is just own it up. I know that has actually a unique term where a mistake becomes a lie because you refuse to own it. And if anybody you happen to know the word I'm looking for, I'd appreciate it. Okay, Buckle said that that was a good idea with the mesh bag. And Troll is talking about he's developing backyard aquaponics system for prawns and veggies. Yeah, are you going to grow that other thing that I suggested, the cash crop? Yeah, I think maybe he's going to be growing the cash crop. Not ignoring us, and that's. Am I missing something here? I've got Discord running in the background, and it's screaming at me that there's two tags. They're not showing up. I don't know what's going on. All right. Future near-ish future video, I'm going to actually be testing a poor man's uh, when I was in the guard, we had a flare. And I sorry for the life of me, I can't remember, but it's a Mark 17 flare, Mark 18 flare, something like that. The way it worked, there's two ends. For use in daytime, you light off one end, and it would create this beautiful, usually orange smoke. Well, the rescue ones were orange. And at night, you'd light off the other end, and it produces beautiful, like 6-inch uh, flare. Our actual goddamn flare was about 6 inches long. Oh my God, it was so bright, especially at night. You were supposed to like close your eyes or look away or something before you let yours off because they could temporarily blind you. I'm working on a poor man's version of that. Now, I have to be very careful. What I'm thinking of doing is using a glass bottle filled with match heads and a fuse from a cherry bomb. Light the light the fuse, set it down, back away about 5-10 feet. And the idea is that this will produce enough light to be seen at night, enough smoke to be seen during the day, enough heat to be seen on IR, and still not get so hot as to cause the bottle to explode. So I know it's got to be kind of a smaller bottle. Okay. Bunny says, True's having guests tonight. Was that tonight? From, yeah, it's, oh, he's in the chat all the time. He's always in the chat. And he thinks it's going to be a good show. Oh, no, you think it's going to be a good show. Yeah, it probably is. That's tonight. That's one of the few weekday afternoons where I have the day off from work, so I'm not exhausted when I get home. Bummer. Um, Troll says my cousin does a Wednesday night live stream. I mod for about 8 to 9. Uh, Jake Johnson band channel. Okay, Troll, go ahead and drop a link to that channel in comments. Um, damn, this sucks. Because of Thursday, I got to go way over today in order to give people who might want to show up and are eating or something else because I dropped this on them literally 2 seconds before it happened. And some of them 2 seconds after it started. So the one time I could have maybe made it to Drew and not been fallen asleep, I can't think of it. Troll says this phone won't link. Okay. Troll says it's country music and silly stories. Bunny says it's not Santee, but another couple. Roy and Becky. I I think Roy and Becky are from Arizona, and or Arizona Ghost Riders. I know Roy and Becky. Well, I got to take that back. I know Roy and Becky have talked with Drew on occasion about attending reenactments. I don't remember them ever actually saying they do. So there's that. Um, and I think they're native to that region. Um, oh, Bunny says that I should make a mod out of Troll. I don't know, Troll. You want the job? I do have one, but she's a mommy. She has a real job. I'm just saying, when she can show up, she does. She has two real jobs at the same time. So, and Bunny found the channel you were referring to, Troll. So, Bunny, if you could drop that into comments for me, I'd appreciate it. Um, I'm going to say something that a lot of people are going to get mad about. I don't care. When this new impeachment started, I was actually kind of hoping that they found him guilty. Yeah, I know. Here's my thinking. If they had found him guilty, they would have established for permanent precedent that saying things that can be taken out of context is grounds for impeachment. That's and he's already out of office. What are they really going to do? Spank him and send him to bed? Take away his birthday? What? Nothing. They're not actually going to do anything to him except embarrass him. That man really doesn't have any humility at all. You couldn't embarrass him. All right. It's that simple. And this would have blown up in their own faces so much worse. They would have, the DNC themselves would have been turning around and saying, if you say things that can be taken out of context and something occurs as a result, you will be held accountable. Okay, well, now we flash forward to Portland and the Aaron Danielson shooting. You get in their face and you tell them they're not welcome here. Well, I guess he's not welcome anywhere now. That's not a good look, is it? Flag on the play. Maxine is probably going to turn around and say, no, I meant you get in their face and you tell them they're not welcome here. Fuck you, you lying bitch. Right? You cannot say something like that after it's already happened. At this point, 3 times that I could recall at the time. and try and say, no, I meant, you get in their face and you tell them they're not welcome here. Um, Caught that, Bunny. Um, so don't try and tell me you didn't know what the inevitable consequences of your own speech would be. Now, unfortunately or unfortunately, it actually doesn't matter anymore because this attorney, this um, Vander Vandersleet, I believe was his name. Um, he short circuited that by putting their own words up as most of his defense. You shouldn't impeach Donald Trump as president because A, he's out of office. So it doesn't even matter. No, he never actually said that. He went straight to because you've done this too, and you've done worse. And it's amazing how the mainstream media literally, excuse me, the same day started trying to say that this was all about McConnell saying we shouldn't impeach him because he's out of office. Maybe he said it, maybe he didn't. I don't know. But I do know that they're not going to tell you about how um, Vandersleet, um, I believe this is his name, put this huge display of the things that they themselves had said. This had nothing to do with him being out of office. It had everything to do with, oh, wait, you're guilty of the exact same thing. Are you sure you want to go down that road? Okay. Troll says his middle name is Wilder, but his middle name is Wilder, but wouldn't make the Wilder bunch or any Wilder pun. Yeah, that's that's a terrible pun to begin with. Don't abuse it. Um, Troll says he does Bible stuff too. Yeah, okay. I believe you're referring to your cousin. Bunny says, "Can't do I can't do I have a wrench? You can't because you don't have a wrench." I thought links within YouTube at least you could still drop. So I stand corrected. And Bunny says, right, it's also unconstitutional to impeach a president that's no longer a sitting president. You know what? The House argued differently, and the matter proceeded forward. I'm just saying that's done now. And you know what? Either way, the bell is still rung. It's over. That happened. But it gets worse because this supposed unconstitutional ground or pointless or whatever else they want to try to say Mitch was saying it was doesn't matter. Right? How they actually got what is it 54 people to say yeah let's impeach him is mind-boggling to me. I know every last one of the Dems voted to impeach. Okay. The squad is in the House of Representatives. So we're going to set them off to the side for a moment. Maxine is in the Senate. Nancy is in the Senate. Their own words were used as part of the defense, and yet they still voted to impeach. That is some seriously bizarre TDS. Like, I didn't like Barack, okay, but I never went with any of this birther shit. And I always get pissed when somebody refers to Michelle as a man. Fuck you. All right. I don't care what else is going on in that relationship. That's not a man. And I don't want to hear about some Photoshop hit job. Um, see, proof. Michelle is a man. No, proof you know how to use Photoshop, or you know how to download somebody else who knows how to use Photoshop. Um, the yeah, this is like some seriously bizarre shit. I tell you, it's real, right? My own sister refuses to watch any of my videos because one time I wore a Trump T-shirt on a live stream. Um, I don't even remember which one it was, but I sent her the link and basically asking her to watch it because you know what? Embedded within there was really a message for her specifically. Her reply, I can't do it because of the Trump T-shirt. Just wow. You your derangement is so bad that you won't even watch your brother do a live stream because of it. I actually have thought about wearing Trump tee and sweatshirts for every live stream because of that. Troll has promised to do very little. Just the real problem children, okay? If they're that if they're so bad that they need to be escorted out of this bar, wow, you need to be escorted out of humanity in general. Bunny says it's pathetic when your running mate is a turncoat. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty sad. And I assume you mean Mike Pence. I think Mike's political career might be over because there's just no way you can do something like that and anybody will ever trust you. Benedict Arnold died penniless in a London house because he turned coat. Most people, you call somebody a Benedict Arnold, either side of the Atlantic, you understand that means a traitor. Most people don't realize Benedict Arnold was a real flesh and blood man who betrayed the American Revolution to the British. A couple of things tripped up the plan, but he managed to escape, got back to England. Okay. Or, well, he got to England. And he was given what he was promised, a commission in the Royal Army. Okay. And that's it. They let him in the doors and they tolerated his presence for the rest of his life. But nobody ever trusted him again because he betrayed the American Revolution. How do we know he's not going to turn around and betray us in turn? And that's literally and this was what people said of him. How do we know he's not going to turn around and betray us in turn? Troll says, I don't care if it is. You know, oh, and Bunny says, yep, it's definitely over. if I was anyone, especially of the, I think I think it's, damn it, I can't math right now. If it's the 5 or 6 Republican senators that voted in favor of impeachment, I would start getting the want ads. I think they're going to need them. It's going to get worse though. Um, I'm going to straight up say this: the DNC is going to hold control at least of one of the 2 houses of Congress for the next 6 to 8 years. Okay, great, good for them. But they're going to hold a very, very narrow margin, and they're going to hold one of the 2 houses, and I'm pretty sure it's the House. This is a reality. Members of the House of Representatives tend to be less intelligent than members of the Senate, intelligent or experienced. Um, AOC's career is going to die in the House of Representatives. Um, Ilhan's career, if it even makes it through the next election cycle, is going to die in the House of Representatives. And Rashid, I don't even know how she made it through the last cycle, unless she wasn't running at that point. Um, Here's the thing: nobody likes being lied to, and nobody likes being told they're stupid for saying you just lied to me. And the voters are going to respond to this pretty obvious bullshit in a very ugly, ugly way. If what happens in 2022 reflects what happened last year, um, I remember Los Angeles 92. It's going to make Los Angeles 92 look like Mardi Gras. And it's going to make it look like a big old party. And it's going to be the people who are so fed up with being lied to. Um, yeah. I mean, I can't say these words out loud on YouTube, especially right now. But if you can describe Los Angeles 92 as Mardi Gras, that's pretty bad. They won't even be able to try to pretend fiery, but mostly. Oh, yes. Much, much, many tons troll. And I also am going to take that one down. You're right. You are absolutely right. And I think you understand the circumstances, troll. How do I put this? Guy Fawkes owned a whole lot of barrels of powder, but nothing compared to what's going to hit nothing compared to what's going to hit in 2022 if they try this scam a third fucking time in a row. Most of y'all know that I grew up in Northern California. Papa Carey was telling me a very, very funny story, a very, very sick story, actually. Week before last, apparently there was a dragging death in Redding, California. What? That's something that happens down in Texas, not in California. Well, it did, and it's better. It was a motorcycle. Whatever happened, one guy got really mad at another guy, tied him to the back of a motorcycle, and drug him something like a couple miles. Oh, but it gets worse. This guy was so mad or drunk, both, Reading police and or Shasta County Sheriff were chasing him and shooting at him to get him to stop, and he kept going. Wow, you got to really have something wrong up here. Don't be surprised if people are just that level of angry in 2022 that it gets to that point. Remember the 4th of November. I can say that safely enough. All right. Ah, I forgot to do that. Bad, Carrie, bad. So people are going to be, that's going to be nothing compared to the anger. Nicolae Ceausescu didn't try to get away with that much dishonesty. Oh, this video is going to go private as soon as I wrap up anyway. Bonnie says her oldest brother lives in Modesto. And Troll says, I know no reason the Democrat treason should ever be forgot. Actually, I think that's the right. I think that's the right quote. Um, yeah. Okay. Yes. Well, oops. Bunny, your brother is a Vietnam vet? Army. Okay. Okay. Um, well, good for him. Really. Hooah. I was a Koski. We don't do that. I guarantee you any version you want. I can't do it right. I was a Kosti. All right. Um, uh, Troll says his old man is a Vietnam vet. Actually, so is mine. Um, Papa Carey was there, did that. Doesn't have the t-shirts. Buckle Money says Marines, hoorah. I'll just trust you on that. The closest to the Marine Corps I ever came was being on a Marine Corps base after my parents got married, but long before I was born. And I spent 2 weeks at Camp Lejeune once on the clock. Coast Guard runs port security training through part of the Marine Corps, but basically a 2 week version of the Marines, 8 week. No comparison there. Uh, Infantry school. Or, you know what? I don't even understand enough of what I just said to really say anything useful. But I've been to Kent, Devil Dog. Yeah, for 1 week. Versus, I think they're out there for 6 weeks straight. God bless those guys. Oh, shit. Keep doing that. Um, good there. Yeah, that's the closest to Marines I ever came. Uh, the next closest, I was at MCRD for 3 days. Well, my brother wanted to attend Comic Con, and so we rented 3 hotel rooms. I think it was 3 hotel rooms for for that weekend. I just saw a little refresh circle on my screen, and after what happened to Eric Hundley last week, yeah, you can understand why I'm a little bit paranoid. And he's getting moderate. Bunny says my dad was World War II Navy, and my oldest brother and the oldest of us kids was Navy Vietnam. That covers a wide swath of area. Troll says my favorite fight was being beaten repeatedly by a Marine woman around 135 pounds. Maybe she was super tough. My partner is a former Marine. I laugh because it's true, bro. Oh, well, Bunny, my condolences. Troll, we ended up drinking together the rest of her leave. I believe that too. Uh, my partner, uh, her username is Fixed Bayonets because she's been out of the Marines for over 10 years now, and she still does her bayonet drill. It's, don't fuck with Afghan women, and don't fuck with former Marine women. And God help you if you fuck with one of each at the same time. Yeah, even Bunny understands what that meant. Doing that. I have the YouTube open in one tab and StreamYard in another. I keep going to the YouTube rather than the StreamYard so I can control the stream. All right. Well, I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to try to keep going for a little bit longer. Okay, Troll says she was cool. We were all boxing. She decided to take a full contact. We had fun. I believe you. Again, I totally believe you. You do not turn somebody into a Marine and then think somehow you're going to turn off the switch by discharging them, honorably, dishonorably, or otherwise. You don't turn that switch off. There's only one thing that will ever actually turn that switch off, and that's permanent. Oh, I was a coastie, and there's certain switches in me that cannot be turned off. I hear sirens go off anywhere, and my first instinct is to try to go in whatever direction the siren is. Okay. Has anybody heard from Mini AOC since start of the pandemic? It just hit me. I haven't heard from anything from her in a while, and you'd think that she would have had an absolute field day with the almost died thing. She would have had an absolute field day with that. Um, On to other business. Carrie is involved in a little project for a little construction project for certain discriminating sorts. So if you know the sort of people who might need a little rest and relaxation in a safe environment, the kind of safe environment where they're behind the um, diagnosed sociopath. Just saying. Troll says Mini AOC was canceled. And Bunny says, no, I haven't. Um, I was not aware that she was canceled. Was her channel yeeted or what? Because I know they tried to cancel her at one point by threatening her life. And then about 6 months later, she bounced back. Um, okay. Yeah, Bunny, she really messed him up. But he enjoyed it. So don't cry. Moving on. Oh, oh no, poor woman. No, no, Minnie AOC is not a woman yet. She's still a little girl. She is still nasty little shit. She is funnier than hell. And you know what? Fact of the matter is, either you're going to laugh or cry because it's true, right? If you're the point of the joke, if you're the butt of the joke, you're going to cry if it's true, and you're going to laugh if it's not. Not the butt of the joke, you're going to laugh if it's true. Troll says, I think she was indefinitely suspended. Well, maybe she'll sign a deal with Ben Shapiro as well. I can think of a few people that would deserve it more. Um, it's a pretty short list. So, not ignoring. Troll says, actually, she's still up and posted a week ago. Wow, what a shock to discover that YouTube isn't telling me and that I have to actually go to people's channels to find out what they've done, that they've done something. Why bother subscribing? Let's not even bother with that anymore. Let's just go through all the channels and watch everything one by one. But Troll says I was sub. Those assets unsubscribed me. Gee, I wonder if they did me too. Jesus Christ, I gotta stop doing that. Um, ow. Well, we've been going just 2 hours now. And I swear to God, I'm going an extra, I'm going to at least do an extra hour today, especially to make up for everybody that asked me to do it today. Um, there was a couple of people that really they were upset that I was banned for that week. It has nothing to do with liking me or not liking me. It has everything to do with hating YouTube. Okay. And I get that. So they asked me to go ahead and do it anyway. And I said, well, I'll try. One of them said, not this guy, but somebody else said, hey, Ash, ladies and
Hey, how you
gentlemen,
doing?
Asher Wolfing.
Well, my last name's Wolfson, so son of a wolf, child of a wolf, gosling, child of a goose, duckling, child of a duck, so wolfling, child of a wolf, son of a wolf, wolf son.
Okay, nope,
So
I'm
it's
not
just a
going to do
variant
that.
on my last name.
Your mic is just a little bit weak, bro. Can you try to bring up the
Hang on a
gain?
sec. I don't even know
Honey,
how
they
to
have
do
done
that in
that with a
this.
lot of people. Yeah, I believe you. Ladies and gentlemen, Asher here, rather, is a gamer out of Australia, and he does a gaming stream. What is it? Every other night at what would be midnight for us.
Well, I try and aim for one a day, and I used to be doing. Is my mic better now? Can you hear me? Is that better?
Still a little on the weak side, bro.
I think it's because I'm using it on the browser, and I have no idea how to change the settings within the browser.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not primarily a gamer, but that's where I'm starting because it's the easiest one. Everything else requires a little bit more thought. Sitting down playing a computer game is easy as, but doing proper content makes you actually write down scripts and make sure you get it right the first time. So like interviews, they're great. They're a great thing, but balance between the two because I don't have to come up with what I'm going to say beforehand, but it's still meaningful compared to just sitting down and killing things on a screen. So,
Well, actually, we do have a little bit of crossover.
yeah. But so
Something just
primarily
occurred to
not a
me.
gamer, but that's what I've resorted to as the easy way of starting.
It's not that your mic is bad; it's that my volume was on 10. Yeah,
Right.
I'm a lot louder in here in my own ears because I'm not hearing it through the computer.
But yes, I do
Actually,
try
we
and
have a
do.
little
I
bit of
try and do
crossover there.
6 days. I try and do
What?
6 days, and I'm moving. I was doing nights in Australia, but part of the problem is that it means I'm up until AM, and I'm not reaching American audience much. So I'm starting to move to try and do mornings. Hence me being on now. The plan is that Monday and Tuesday nights in America, I'll be online. That's the plan. But yeah, still haven't figured out what platform because that's a whole other ball game.
Troll wants to request a phrase.
Sure.
Actually, I think you two
Okay,
have met
Aussies,
before.
possibly. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Daisy.
As long as I mean, I don't mind saying the C word, although I generally don't swear, but I'm pretty sure that it's not okay for most Americans. So I'm not going to say that. But go for it.
Um, I think I met both of you through Daisy.
Possibly.
But I know I met Asher through Daisy, and you know,
So what's the
And
phrase?
oh, do it, do it,
Now, but
do it,
wait,
do it.
do you want me to say it in my accent or you want me to say it in Lindy Chamberlain? So for those who don't know, a long time ago, a woman named Lindy Chamberlain was out with her husband and a toddler went missing, and she claimed that it had
Just
been
do it.
taken by a wild animal, and she eventually actually went to jail for it, and she's managed to be completely acquitted. And it is proven that when she went to the officers and said, "Dingo ate my baby," that it was actually true, that a dingo did eat her baby. So that's Lindy Chamberlain's accent. Mine is just "Dingo ate my baby," so it doesn't sound as good.
He did it. He did it. Happy now, troll. And you need to learn how to spell, bro. It's an E, not an I.
Yeah. So cousins, INS, is like your your parents' sibling's child. Her last name is ENS. COUSENS.
Yeah. Fucking what is it you call Americans?
You need to be more specific.
Backwards, savage.
Oh, I don't say that.
Neanderthal. Neanderthal.
I wouldn't use that word to describe Americans. I mean, we used to use self-aggrandizing, but that's a different story.
So in other words, the language you normally use is not appropriate for the internet.
Well, Australians in general, yeah, but I'm a churchy, so my language is a lot more mellow than what you'll find on the street. Let's just say in America, if you yell the C word out across the street, most people won't even turn their head. Whereas in America, if you even mutter the C word out on the street, everyone within 100 meters is going, "Oh, well, at least he didn't say the N word." So, mate.
No, actually,
no, it's just as bad now.
N.
Yeah, it's worse, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they'll turn and they'll look at your skin color, then they'll decide whether it's worse.
I reserve the C word for literally only one person.
Yeah. Whereas in Australia, you'll literally go up and say "G'day," and as a friendly greeting.
Really?
So, yeah.
Well, there's a certain F word you can't say on YouTube that does not fuck. So you know which one I'm talking about.
Oh, bundle of sticks. Yes.
Yes, bundle of sticks. And thank you. You know, it's for Aussies, it's still bundle of sticks. I think for Brits, it's just one stick or cigarette.
So us, it's a cigarette. But when we're talking to people of American origin, because the cigarette thing doesn't fly with them at all. So the only way of describing it without meaning either gay person or cigarette is to say bundle of sticks, because at least that's a common understanding. But we're kind of like we're 60% cigarette, we're 35% gay person, and then we reserve that extra 5% as a way out. I was like, oh no, I didn't mean the other two. I mean a bundle of sticks. So we make sure that's still part of the vocabulary for the word, it's that troll thing, you know. You keep your way out open just so that way when someone does corner you, go, oh no, that's not what I meant.
Bunny says she found AOC. Oh, mini AOC. The little 8-year-old.
Yeah, mini girl. AOC. She's great. I was going to
awesome.
I've got an AOC monitor. I was going to say, so did I see.
And
I feel bad for the monitor company. There's a computer peripherals company that make computer monitors, and it's called AOC. And before she became famous, they had a pretty good brand. And I feel bad for them because half of their customers are just going, I don't want AOC written on anything I have.
And apparently we owe Troll a little bit of an apology because fuck you, autocorrect. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Wait, what? The autocorrect? Why did you get because of cousins?
Yeah.
But did you put the capital C there beforehand?
It does. Autocorrect doesn't care.
Yeah.
If you don't capitalize the entire word, it will fix whatever you wrote.
Yeah. I've gotten into the habit of always keeping an eye on autocorrect, and if it goes, because on Androids it goes blue for the selected word if it tells you it's about to autocorrect, and if I see it's blue, I'll just go no, and I'll tap to the one next to it to say no. I actually, because on a from your perspective on an Android phone, when you're typing here, the middle word is the high premium suggestion, and the one it'll replace with autocorrect if it does. And then on the left is the one you're typing, and until you actually swipe across to scroll through the options. So I always keep an eye. If that goes blue and I don't want it, I'll tap on thing because it means no, this is the word I want, and I want you to remember that for next time. So cousins is now part. Oh, I've got something in. I only literally I just got out of bed and I was making breakfast when I got the message from you. So I need to. I haven't even
Thank
splashed
you
water
for
on my
coming.
face. I mean, that said, I don't usually splash water on my face, but except for when I make a mess while cleaning. But
I have to turn my camera off for a second. Sorry.
does that mean I have to entertain everyone?
Oh. You're Aussie, so this is going to mean a little bit less to you, but if I told you about my dirty uncle, what would you think of? My asshole uncle.
Oh, dirty uncle, as in that. Probably an old guy who makes quite disrespectful comments, or an old guy who should be arrested, sent to jail, and put in the bottom of a hole.
Okay, well, one of those two is correct. Means Uncle Sam. In other words,
my dirty uncle means nothing to do with government here. But then we don't have the same. I mean, one, we don't call him Uncle Sam, and that's. I mean, because we've got to remember we have a very different attitude towards what government is in Australia. Even just as far as checks and balances and trusting authority.
Yeah, well, my asshole uncle gave me a bad neck, so every so often I have to pop it. Nobody likes watching that.
You mean like that?
No, a lot worse than that.
I do that when I'm driving sometimes. I'll just do that, and then I might do the whole just like. And you can see and as I'm doing it, I look in the car next to me to see the reaction of the other person.
Asher, can you entertain the crowd for a second?
Sure.
I have to deal with something very quickly.
Drop bears, we don't. We stay away from drop bears. We don't know what they taste like. They know what we taste like. So yeah, drop bears and hoop snakes. We just keep our distance. I know what kangaroo tastes like. It's actually really nice. We are the only country that eats its own coat of arms. I cannot imagine an American eating an American eagle. I cannot imagine a New Zealander eating a kiwi bird or a British person eating a lion, but we Aussies, we actually have our coat of arms at the local supermarket, fresh packed. So yeah, that's one of the fun things about Australia. Incidentally, Australia's coat of arms, the reason we picked those two animals is because they physically cannot walk backwards. Like even horses and dogs can't walk backwards, but you can train them to. But kangaroo, because of its tail, all good. Kangaroo because of its tail, and an emu because of the way its legs work. They physically can't walk backwards. So it's about, no matter what, you always progress forwards. So hopefully that's going to protect us from the woke people.
Where are we up to?
I was just talking about, someone asked me about how drop bears taste, and I said, no, we don't know what they taste like. They know what we taste like. And then that went on to the taste of things, like, for instance, the fresh meat on our coat of arms. Yeah, if you want to eat kangaroo, you literally come to Australia and go to a supermarket. Like, my housemate is Egyptian, but he has some in the freezer. And I'm like, oh, how did you get it? Because it was on clearance, which means that no one ate it until it was close to its expiry date, and then they reduced the price, reduced to clear. I was like, which supermarket did you find that at? Because I want to know where I can buy it cheaper than normal. And so, yeah, it's not even really considered a delicacy like here. It's like you have chicken, you have lamb, you have pork, you have beef, and then you have the other meat section, which has turkey, quail. Well, no, it doesn't always have quail, but it has turkey, it has crocodile sometimes, it has kangaroo, and very, very rarely it'll have emu. But yeah, kangaroo is a standard meat. It's also one of the healthiest meats.
What asshole drug turkeys to Australia?
We have our own native turkeys.
Really?
We have bush turkeys. They are everywhere. Like literally, my friend lives a kilometer away in the middle of suburban Sydney, and every time their groundskeeper for their little apartment block like sweeps all the leaves onto the grass, the bush turkey will go and scrape all the leaves back onto the concrete.
Really?
Yep.
Are they that stupid?
Oh, it's not that they're stupid; it's they're being intentional. It's about, well, he wants to keep the leaves where they're useful, and that's on the grass because he's picking for stuff.
So
If you
it's
leave
about
the grass,
mobility.
if you leave the grass clean, then the animals will the bugs will burrow down further. But if you put leaves on the top, they're more inclined to hide under the leaves themselves, which means when he comes back for food, then it's easier to
Yeah.
catch him. Plus, he's
So
probably
yeah.
actually when he scrapes the leaves, he's probably looking through the leaves for bugs as well, which makes sense. So it takes a lot less effort than just digging through the ground. So it's quite smart. They're
I think
poisonous and
Troll
eat
has
virgins.
confused turkeys for dragons. Yeah, they're poisonous and eat virgins.
I'm not sure if he means the trolls. The drop bears are not poisonous. They're just highly
Well,
highly
no, he's got
predatory.
to mean the turkeys because you were talking about turkeys. Turkeys are poisonous and eat virgins. What?
It's also
Moving
called
on.
it's also called a feathered bin rat.
A what?
A feathered bin rat. That's the nickname for a bush turkey.
Bin rat.
Yep. So we have an ibis, which is a bird with a very long curved beak, black, looks like a mutated crow that wore in the old days the plague doctors used to wear the hat with the weird beak. Yeah, it looks like a weird cross between a crow and a kiwi. Put one of those hats on, and it's called an ibis, and we call them bin chickens because they'll go through the bins like a chicken would. And then these are our bin rats because they're as populous as rats and stuff. So,
Troll's bringing up an interesting point. Australian turkey has to be mean because literally everything in Australia is trying to kill you.
See, that's a misnomer,
including
right?
plant life.
I have I have 4 words to say: elk, bears, mountain lions. And everything in Australia is trying to kill you?
Oh,
nothing in Australia wants to kill you except for drop bears.
There's this tiny little bush baby thingy that it's...
No. Let me explain this. Everything in Australia except for drop bears. Cassowaries are cassowaries are a real, like, they're taller than people. They're a prehistoric bird, and those things are scary AF. But other than cassowaries, drop bears, hoop snakes, and territorial, like other than them, the only time you'll ever get attacked is for self-protection or territory. Like magpies and kangaroos are territorial, and there's the whole mating season thing. But other than that, it's just self-defense. Like, it's obvious things. Like, if you ever want to protect yourself from a Sydney funnel web spider, don't stick your foot in your boot before you've shaken it out upside down. Like, that's it.
Well, yeah.
Yes, the Australians did decide at one point to go to war against our own emus, and they were dumb enough to fail because they thought that taking a machine gun to a flock of emus would work in any other way than them all just fleeing and not being able to be hit by a Gatling gun. They thought a Gatling gun would work on a flock of 1,000 emus, which is remarkably stupid.
You tried to declare war on emus?
Yeah, they ran out of people to fight in Europe.
So okay.
We got to keep them employed somehow. And the farmers were going, the emus are eating all our crops. So the military went, right, okay, let's sort this out. We pointed our gun at Europe and it worked. We point our gun at Europe and it worked. So now let's point our gun at the emus, and it didn't work. So, yeah. But everything in Australia is pretty much saying, you stay away from me and we'll be fine. Like, don't stick your foot in your boot unless you're shaking it upside down. Don't put your hand under a rock without at least tipping the rock up and giving it a tap to make sure there's nothing there that wants to hurt you, like it wants to survive. Because a redback usually lives in nooks and crannies. It'll kill a snake. It'll kill, like, the worst snake in the world. more intentionally than it'll kill you. Like I've seen, there's video footage you can see where this guy had a disused garage, and literally the redbacks had made a web across the garage, and a snake made its way in, got caught in the nest, and it got taken out by 3 redback spiders. But a redback spider wants nothing to do with you. Same with a funnel web. The wombat is actually one of the most deadly animals in Australia. Okay. It has no interest in you whatsoever. If it comes across you, it'll probably just lumber away. If you hit it with a car, it'll get up, go, nope, I'm good, and wander off before you can even undo your seatbelt after like the airbag deflating. Like it will survive a car accident better than your car will. But it has one of the best self-defense mechanisms in the world. It's got an armor-plated bum. That's literally its defense. Armor-plated bum and legs like steel pistons. So what it does, if you attack it, it'll run into its burrow, but instead of climbing into its burrow and hiding, it'll go in, but it'll stick its butt out the back of the burrow. So all you can do is scratch its armor plating, which means nothing to it. If it manages to be like have the burrow entered before it can actually block it, the entrance, and you're in there, it'll assume you're a predator. It'll dip its head so that you can go for the back of the neck. And as soon as your head, because generally you don't use your hand, you use the jaw. As soon as the jaw is over the back of the neck, it'll stand up and it'll literally crush your bones against the roof of its own burrow, which is why you never stick. The other reason you die from wombats is you never stick your hand down an unknown burrow. It's not from the snake bites. It's because the wombat will see your hand. It'll wait till your hand is over it and you'll think, oh, cool, it wants me to pat it. And then it'll stand up, it'll crush your bones and you'll bleed internally.
I'm not going to spend an hour arguing with you about it, but there's a meme about how everything down there is trying to kill you, including
everything down here is capable
plants.
of it, but they don't want
to.
Well, whereas in America, a lot of things want to kill you, but they're most certainly not capable of it. Like
that's the point of the meme, actually. This little thing, it's about the size of a man's thumb. It says everything that here is trying to kill you. Don't misunderstand. He can't kill you, but he's trying.
Actually, there's one. I don't know that meme. There is one exception to that. We have a house spider. It's called the huntsman. And it is between this big and this big. It is it's more fur than spider. And it has no self-defense against humans. You want them in your house because they eat the things that can hurt you. And they also
spiders pay rent.
Yeah. And its only defense is basically to run around batshit crazy. That's it.
I'm sorry, I take that back. Spiders pay rent except the brown recluse. Fuck that guy.
I don't know. But yeah, the huntsman is one of the best things to have in your house other than nice people. Like sometimes I've said I'd rather one of them than my housemates. In fact, I'd rather their weight in huntsman spiders instead of them. And that was a heavy bastard too. But they don't actually want to hurt you. They can't hurt you. They just want to hang around you. Literally, like they're happy to be just there. And if you move away from them, they won't be scared. If you reach out to them, they might jump. But they're really just like, yeah, that's cool. Yep, you're there. I'm here. Cool. If you see any flies, let me know. I'll catch them for you. And if you go for them, they'll just run away. They'll just go, that's it.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Wait, you lost your gun in a boating accident?
On the chat real quick.
The poison mammal with the duck bill, yep.
Roos are not endangered.
Well,
anymore.
Sort of. Some roos are, some roos aren't. Poison mammal with some roos are actually culled because they're and there are environmentalists that complain about the killing of the kangaroos. It's like, well, if we don't kill them, not only will they'll take all the food from our wildlife, but they'll be so populous that they starve to death. And we'd rather them die quickly from a bullet than die slowly from starvation. But most kangaroos aren't endangered anymore, and some of them are actually like cultured and farmed. But yeah, there's only I think 1 or 2 breeds that are actually endangered these days. The poison mammal with the duckbill is the platypus.
Still endangered, right?
I'm not sure. Well, there's more than one crocodile. There's lots of types of crocodiles. I think from memory. I can't remember. Australian crocodile.
Troll is also talking about catfishing with noodling, which I never understood how that worked.
Okay, so Australian. So there's only one. It's a singular species. There you go. Least concerned on the conservation status. It's at least concerned. The crocodile is the freshies. That's the one that you see in like Lake Placid and stuff like that. That's the crocodile that you see in scary movies. That's the
Monster.
one, yeah, the monster crocodile from Monster. That's the same crocodile, and those things are huge. That's the one that made Croc Dundee famous. The poison mammal with the duckbill, that's our platypus. That's God when he was having a joke or drunk or high, depending on your perspective. That has poison in its hindquarters. Poison birds. I don't know about any poisonous birds in Australia. Magpie is scary AF. Magpie holds a grudge. Okay, this is a bird that will literally remember you and what you did as a child. They have face. They can recognize faces. They can hold a grudge, and they also know who lives nearby. So if you're just a normal person who lives like 3 doors down, they don't care even when they have eggs in their nest. But if you're a stranger and you walk under their nest, they will take you out. And they are scary. They're like geese in Canada. Well, not that bad, but yeah. Poison birds, poison jellyfish. Yeah, the irukandji is, yeah, our jellyfish are, yeah, scary as. Like our lifeguards have 2 things to warn you about: sharks and jellyfish. Like that's the 2 things that the siren goes off for. That means get the hell out of the water. We're not even coming in to rescue. It's sharks and jellyfish. And poison bushes, yep. But we don't have poison ivy, but we do have poison bushes, and we have poison fish. Well, yeah, box stonefish.
Everywhere on Earth has poison plants. That's it.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, there's a difference between toxic plants and poisonous plants. A toxic plant means if you eat it, it will kill you. A poisonous plant means it has a way of putting that toxin in you without your intention.
Trapper is saying Joe's coming for your guns. Well, Asher here wouldn't understand that because he's
we understand a lot more about American politics than a lot of Americans do.
Yeah, but
the
you wouldn't
ridiculous thing
understand
that argument about the police having the right to, I think that is the dumbest move of a government in modern history. To actually try and pull that one over the American people is asking for civil war.
Yeah, but you wouldn't understand anything about people coming for your guns because you're Australian. You've already given.
We understand it. We just when it came for us, we went, yep. You know what? We don't need them. If we need them, you'll give them to us. And we have some mates there. If you won't give them to us, we have a mate who can hook us up anyway. Like the fact of the matter is, if there is ever an insurrection in Australia, there are too many people with too many mates in the military. The Australian government will say, all right, army, you go grab the guns from there, and the army will open the cupboard and go, mate, there's none left. Not knowing that the guy who's opening the cupboard's the one who handed 100 of them off to his mate down the street to protect themselves against the army. Like, we're very much more of it's that healthy disrespect for government thing comes in quite quickly.
I've never had a tragic boating accident. I just have a divorce.
Wait, you lost your gun in a boating accident?
No, Trapper and Troll lost theirs in boating.
No, that's what I'm saying. Trapper and Paul, you lost your guns in a boating accident? That's what I assume you mean.
I lost mine in the divorce.
Yeah, I never had one. I got to use them when we were in cadets at school. We go to a firing range. In Australia, the only place you're allowed to fire your guns is for an actual use on a farm for like culling or hunting purposes, or in an abattoir if that's the selected method, although usually they'd use a bolt gun or something, or at some sort of militarized region like a gun range, a firing range, arms range or something like that. Other than that, you're not supposed to use them. We don't have the self-defense mentality that America has as far as it's a Second Amendment. We don't have a Second Amendment right because our attitude towards that is much more collective. We try and there's the European mentality, which is that everything is that rights come from the government down, and then there's the American mentality that rights come from the people up, and England and the Commonwealth is a bridge between, but some rights come from above, some rights come from below. And so because of that, and sometimes it gets confusing even for us, for example, with gun rights, and self-defense, which is why we are the country which says if you bring a gun into the city, you will be met with office chairs and milk crates, and we will take you down. And you don't believe me? Look in the news. A terrorist came into the city with a knife, and he was disabled with milk crates and office chairs and held until the police.
No, that was about 5 years ago.
I think it was like 2-3 years ago.
Really? No, I do remember the milk crates thing. Because those were
Sydney milk crate and stabbing comes up as the next word. That was 2020. That was last year.
Really?
Oh wait, no, that's when he pled guilty.
Okay.
Last year in Clarence Street. So yeah, it was 2019. I was right, 2 years ago.
Wow. It feels like forever.
Yeah, it was August 13th, 2019. So we got Canada geese. Peace was never an option. Yeah, but they surrender is the only option with Canadian geese.
Well, no, you surrender or kill them all.
Well, we tried that with the emus, and you know how that worked. And the Chinese tried that with insects, and we know how that worked. Eradicating a species is a stupid move because you end up eradicating every species around it, and when the chain breaks, you end up with no food. It's like the thing of if someone gets stung by a bee and says, let's wipe all the bees out, he's wiping out everything on the planet at the same time. So are you Huckle Bunny? Is that your nickname? Yes, I am from Australia, by the way, Paul. Yeah. Trapper and Paul say hi, Buckle Bunny.
Yeah.
Is that your nickname, Buckle Bunny?
Me? No, Buckle Bunny's another member of the chat. You need to scroll way up.
Oh, it's literally the 1, 2 above and 2 below. I'm doing well.
You're a little behind. There was a Coast Guard.
Oh, yes. Now I get that. Yeah, the catfishing thing. I've never done that. Yeah, you wait for a catfish to bite you, and he thinks he's winning, and then you pull your hand out and go, got ya. But yeah, I've never actually tried that. That's and that's called noodling, is it?
Yes.
Noodling means something else different to us. For us.
Sort of fishing technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of a fishing. There was a Coast Guard station that had a big problem with Canadian geese. They went and got some dogs, turned the dogs loose, and the geese would run away from the dogs.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to save some money, so they put up silhouette dogs in wood.
Yeah.
Make the geese think there were dogs there. The geese got used to the silhouette, so when they brought the dogs back, the geese would fight the dogs and win.
Yeah.
Each and every.
It's the scare tactic thing. The scaring only works, and they were afraid of the dogs because of the unknown viciousness. But as soon as they got acclimatized to the dogs, they were still gonna. Yeah. So noodling to Australians actually has to do with mining more than fishing.
With what?
It has to do with opal mining. It's a method of opal mining.
Oh. Buckle says she's from Colorado, which I was there for about 6 months. Matter of fact, I was there during
Where's the bird sanctuary? Sky Troll, where's the bird sanctuary? Sky Troll says he's from a bird sanctuary. You're not allowed to fire a gun within city limits. Where is that? We don't have Proud Boys. We're all proud. See, the thing you got to remember is Proud Boys was originally a joke. It's a piss take of the entire leftist movement. Australia is a piss take on the entirety of the world. Like they say a country can be defined by its first 50 years when founded across the ocean. They say the technical thing is a country founded by transmarinal migration, i.e. being the settlers coming across the waves, is defined by its first 50 years of history. And in America, that was, hello, pilgrims, how are you? We've left these guys, and we are the preachers coming over. So there's very much a we have a speech to tell you thing. Middle Georgia.
That's a version.
That's a
Aber's
version,
movie
yes.
story.
But
Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff about the rights that they were enshrining as they left America. That is now what carries through the culture that you're trying to keep, not the culture they're trying to bring in over it. Because we know that's not really a genuine thing. That's just them being taken in by leftism. But the culture that's trying to be preserved in America is the rights that they were leaving England to preserve. The culture that they were trying to preserve from England, that they had in their mindset in those first 50 years. That's what they brought from England across. So that's why you have this thing about strong, fundamentally individual rights, because that was what was being destroyed in England. And they said, we're done with this. And that was in their mind. Make sure that the individual rights are paramount. So that's then what carried over.
I gotta interrupt you there. You know what they were really bringing with them?
Tell
An
me.
attempt to get away from damn it, which king was that?
King Henry.
No. The one who succeeded the usurper. God damn it. Anyway,
King William. They left before King William, because Oliver Cromwell was the usurper and he almost went on the Mayflower.
Cromwell.
No.
His successor
he was almost a pilgrim. They left before that.
I do.
So they weren't getting away from the guy that was after him.
Yeah. They were getting away from him about 6 months before he massacred them all.
That's confusing to me, because you're saying that because the guy before Cromwell was his dad of the guy you're talking about. The guy they were trying to get away from was Cromwell killed his dad.
Yes.
And then they put in Cromwell, then they put in the son. Now, if Cromwell almost went on the Mayflower and settled America, that was before his dad was killed. So how could they have been getting away from him?
Because
he wasn't even an adult yet.
Cromwell has now lost the Civil War, and the son has made it very clear that either these people get out of England or he will massacre them. He will kill them all.
Oh, because the son was too young in the army. I'm confused.
Well,
anyway,
okay, one way or the other.
Anyway, so the thing is, in contrast to that was an example of, but in contrast to America, Australia, we came out as convict settlers and officers and the clergy, who incidentally, despite what has happened now, the clergy's mandate from England was tell them the gospel, and if they want to know more, then offer it to them. It was never about taking kids away from their families or anything like that. That was never meant to be part of the deal. It was also always meant to be by the option of the indigenous people. But basically, when they all arrived, even the convicts were still stuck mindset of England and doing things the way England was, and they saw themselves as the full sterling. The Australians, however, the kids, they didn't have any respect for because they were Australian born. And the indigenous people said, well, your nationality is based on where you're born. So technically I'm an Aborigine. And so therefore it's our responsibility as your fellow countrymen and as your family to raise you. And so they were raised 90% by the indigenous and 10% by their own family. And they then had a very healthy disrespect for their own family. So when a new person comes into town, the older guys, the older natives called currency lads would say, the native white people would say, just letting you know that this really dangerous bird, it's called the laughing bird. Its beak is specifically designed to bash things to death, which is technically true, except that it's bashed worms it's holding in its beak to death on a log, but don't tell them that part of the story. If you hear the bird, you need to run out of your room and basically in the middle of the street, wave your hands in the air. That's how you protect yourself. So the wee hours of the next morning, person would hear this kookaburra call, run out, and they'd be dancing in the street, screaming, waving their arms, and they'd look up and they'd hear this laughter of every single child sitting on the awning. It's like a Wild West awnings, but they're all sitting on the edge of it laughing. And in that moment, if you went, why you little, like someone from Scooby-Doo show, then that's it. You were never going to be one of the people. You were always going to be a POM, prisoner of the motherland. But if you laughed and went, well done, you got me, you were Australian, and there was nothing anyone could say. If you can have the piss taken out of you, you are Australian. And if you can't handle it, you will never be one of us. That was the mentality then. So that's what we carry through now. That's why if you ever meet an Australian and they make fun of you, it means you're one of them. If you hang around with an Australian for a whole week and they never make one mean joke about you, you need to question your relationship very seriously because
So
there's
when are you
something
going to
wrong.
insult me?
I've insulted you a couple of times. You just might not have picked up on it.
I didn't pick up on it. But, well, no, that's not fair. Part of it might be that I've been called so much worse.
Yeah.
That
But sometimes we insult you by your group, not by your person. So if I
Oh.
insult Americans in general, that may mean you too.
well, no,
And you've heard me insult Americans a couple of times.
oh, in general. And what you call an insult is usually true. So wait a second. Do I have a right to get upset at that?
Yeah. It's not,
Um,
yeah, but it's about how we tell it as well. Like if you say to someone, that shirt just doesn't quite suit your physical stature. That's one way of saying it. If you say, dude, you're a size quadruple XL and that's an S, you need to fix it. It's still
yeah.
true, but one says it
Unfortunately,
very differently to the other.
this shirt does fit, so that's not going to work. Um, you know, anyway,
Needling.
moving on. We call that needling. We're kind of behind on chat, so guys, I'm going to have to break from the
I think we're
rules a
up to
little
date.
bit.
We've got needling and we've got the Canada.
Trapper Paul said, "Crikey, I had to say it." Did you catch
Oh
that?
no, I said this.
No, you
Okay, so
didn't.
Capistrano, Middle Georgia. I said, yeah, that's where the no guns town is. Troll, yeah. The idea is
Wait,
from the
what?
old days where there's someone living under, like a monster living on the bridge that'll reach up, grab people, and eat them as they walk over. That's the original thing of a troll. So do not feed the troll, or you'll get eaten. Your dad's ancestors came back to USA in 1636. The passenger pigeon. I didn't even know there was a passenger pigeon. Is that a big bird that you could ride for mass transit? Or I know about carrier pigeons, but not
Just
the
a breed
passenger
of pigeon. It's
I'm just
literally
wondering
just
why they
breed of
called it a
pigeon.
passenger pigeon. Is that because it was your passenger, or you were meant to be it?
Because
This
it
town
was an
voted to
available
prohibit.
name.
Okay, prohibit firing a firearm, but I can carry anything short of a tank. If you can carry a tank, I would have great respect for you and great concern for your pharmaceutical range.
There's actually a city in Georgia. Well, first of all, there's like 5 or 6 now, but one in particular in Georgia that by law you have to own a gun.
Yeah, if was it at the age of 18, you must present yourself with your own personal firearm and cleaning kit or something. Isn't that part of the Constitution in Georgia?
No. It's just one city. And there are exceptions. There's a long ass list of exceptions.
Yeah.
But Kennesaw, Georgia. Go ahead. You need me to spell it for you?
No, I'm looking up the one I was thinking of where it's you must own a gun in America.
That's Canada. Oh no.
Or that might have been an old thing, but there was a state at one point where it was state law that at the age of 18 you had to present yourself to some local office of
12 of
something
the 13
to
original
prove that you
colonies.
owned your own gun.
12 of the 13 original colonies.
Huh.
Pennsylvania was the exception.
Ah.
But yeah, there's actually a city in Iceland. I believe it's in Iceland where you also have to own a gun because of bears. And another one in Alaska if you're outside of city limits.
Which is weird because Icelandic police don't carry guns, but you have to own one.
In that particular city, yes,
Yeah.
because of bears.
Yeah,
because those bears do not play games. Yeah, you said we joke about everything in Australia is trying to kill you. In those 2 cities, the bears are actually going into town and attacking people.
Well, I went to Yellowstone, and I went wandering as an Aussie. I went wandering into the bush, like, yeah, whatever. And there was at the same time there was actually a bear on the other side of the campsite. So I was like, yeah, I can deal. I've met Australian animals. I'm not afraid of a bear. My mentality was it'll probably kill me, but my family only find out in a week, and by then they're going back to Australia.
Wait a second. You want them to know before they go?
No, because then they have to deal with the body.
He just said that
I've
out
said to
loud.
my family, look, I don't care what happens to my body. If you can use it in a barbecue, just make sure no one gets sick.
Troll, no, that there's nothing in the Constitution as it is written now that requires um, the bearing of arms. And the Georgia
Was it?
militia states that every adult male. Okay, yeah, Georgia was one of the original 13 colonies too, so that law is still on the books. Mm, 12 of the
Where
original
is that?
13 colonies had a militia law that says you had to own a gun, you had to show up once a month to demonstrate your ability to use it. Pennsylvania was the exception because of all of the Quakers.
Ah.
And at least the first few colonies in Australia also had that law, that you were exempt if you were a convict.
Hmm. Yeah. So for me, that's an interesting one because I do believe in the First Amendment. Right. I believe in the Bill of Rights. I believe that the Second Amendment is important, but I also believe that while every person has the right to a firearm, every Christian has the responsibility to not own one. Because we're meant to operate on peace and faith as opposed to worldliness and firearms. So
Uh,
and I have Christian friends who have been who have been called to the military and they've served and they've wielded a gun. I'm like, I don't know how to figure that one out because they felt like God told them go pick up a gun. But then there's that guy, is that Heartbreak Ridge, Desmond
yeah,
Doss.
oh,
And so it's like,
Desmond Dross.
and so I still haven't figured out if I get conscripted into the military at some point in the future, I literally don't know how I'll deal. I'll probably just say I'm a peaceful combatant. I want to be a medic.
Well,
Australia
Desmond
isn't
Dross
a race,
probably
it's
did.
autism. Yeah, that I'll take that one. Australia isn't a race, it's autism. That's good. Yeah. As long as you
Desmond
recognize that autism isn't a disorder. It's a difference. Desmond Doss, you were saying?
probably actually did have God on his side.
Yeah.
First purpose of the Second Amendment was to enable the people to meet unlawful force with like force, and principle actually predates the Constitution by something like 20 years.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize the history of the Second Amendment goes all the way back at least to the French and Indian Wars.
Yeah. And I agree with that as a right. And this is the thing as a Christian. I agree with a Christian's responsibility is to uphold the rights of every person. But in the same way it says, like a lamb to the slaughter, he didn't open his mouth. There is a point where faith has to take over in how you act to uphold those rights. So a Christian believing every person has the right to a gun is different to a Christian picking up a rifle and pointing it at someone.
Yeah. Very, very
so
different.
I believe every Christian should have a gun in a country where there is hunting and self-defense against animals, because I don't believe every Christian has a responsibility to allow a bear to maul it to death. But when it comes to pointing that gun at a fellow human, then it gets to the point of, well, if you believe in someone who literally had an entire city try and throw him off a cliff, and all he did was wait and then peacefully walk through that whole crowd and just walk off. And when they did actually kill him, he kind of told a couple of them, you know what, this is what you're doing, but I don't hold it against you. Then how does us pointing a gun at someone? Well, he said, he called out and he said, forgive them for they know not what they do, to an entire crowd. That was like, yeah, okay. He knows that we did wrong. He knows we're his murderers, but he doesn't want to hold it against us. So,
well, you're confusing, you're confusing faith, which humans are capable usually of having, versus your right to keep breathing.
Well, no, see, this is the thing. Faith and the right to keep.
Pray?
Yeah. So that's the thing, a right to keep breathing and a faith as to how that right is exercised. It's not confusion. It's how they collide. It's a collision. Because it's very hard in the moment of being attacked by a robber to say, like usually they say, just hand them your wallet. it's very hard to have a meaningful conversation with someone who's pointing a gun to your chest. But there are stories of people who've managed to do it, and that person has put the gun down and not taken the wallet. There are
I've
stories
never heard that.
There are
I've
also
never heard
stories of
a
people
true
who have gotten
story.
shot. So
Yeah, I've never heard a true story of that. And there are some people that just don't care. You
yeah.
could have all the faith in the world, and they will kill you for having the faith too.
Mm.
Uh,
And part
Bunny,
of this faith is Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego being thrown in the fire and saying, look, even if we do burn to our death, that's the way it goes. We trust him. We
Bunny,
trust his motives.
Heartbreak Ridge, the movie, only covers about half of the book covered, and the book only covered about a third of what actually happened in his life. That man was.
Yeah.
Asher, have you seen the film?
I've seen the film, yes.
It,
And I know that it's nothing compared to what actually happened.
if there was not a Congressional Medal of Honor oh damn it, I'm sorry, a Medal of Honor citation associated with his name, if you told that story to
No one would believe you.
no, I mean, he spent 2 hours through 8 bonsai attacks and drug 75 men off the ridge, and then 2 days later jumped on a grenade and it didn't go off.
Mm.
Nobody would believe this shit. And that's not even the crazy. Well, okay, the 2
That's
hours
not the
up on Heartbreak
craziest
Ridge.
part.
2 hours on Heartbreak Ridge was the single craziest.
Hmm.
When me and Papa Carey talk about it, I always break down laughing because it's just absolutely crazy. His and that was not even the end of the story. Oh,
He's a phenomenal man.
yeah.
I don't actually have an account with StreamYard, so I'm interested in that Bible study stream, but I have to actually sign up first.
It's takes about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just has to get I just have to get into my emails and get the code that they've sent me.
I'm not ignoring.
I'm doing it while we talk.
Oh, and I'm sticking in you heard about my tale of woe and misfortune from last week?
I didn't. What?
Okay. I usually do my live streams on Thursdays at 0900. Well, I was in YouTube jail last week, so I couldn't do it.
Wait, what? Oh, you told me you were in YouTube jail, yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to try to hit them just hard, and hopefully they wouldn't have time to shut me down. Especially since they got Eric Hunley last week. They totally nuked his entire existence. So I was like being really quiet and not trying to tell everybody when I was actually going to be live. Also because I wasn't entirely sure what time I was myself. But I didn't want to set up the stream with advanced warning so they could just shut it down. So I've been kind of sticking my nose back in Discord and emails, see if anybody else caught up. And unfortunately, they couldn't. You made it. You're probably the only one that knows.
Well, yeah, that's because I'd slept in. I got up, I did some stuff, and then I went, oh, yeah. Yes, 100 subs. But I still haven't. The whole reason I was aiming for 100 was so I could change the link to my. But they still won't let me do it for some reason. They say you need 100, and now I have 100, and they won't let me change the link. So go figure that one.
You had 100 months ago when I first subbed.
Not to YouTube.
Oh.
I've only got 100. Okay. So, wait, is it still at 100? And it still won't let me change the URL. So annoying. I think I might have to send them a support ticket about that. It's about time.
Oh, yes, I'm sure they'll make that a priority.
I know. Well, yeah, but this time next year I might have the right thing. You never know. Get
Buckle, I'll put that in. Or Bunny, I will send that to you separately because this stream is probably going to have to go private. Although I will download it, and Asher, if you want a copy, you can have it.
Sure.
What is it? The Untamed Wolf?
Okay. So I have 3 channels. We were talking before about live streaming. That's Wolfling366 on most platforms, but on YouTube, it's currently Wolfling with a 0 at the end, and you change the 0, the O with a 0. But it's Wolfling at Play. Then I have my everyday life one, which is Wolfling's World. But then the serious one is the Uneducated Wolf. Because, you tell people stuff and they go, well, what do you know? You don't have an education. Or what do you know? You don't have a uterus or whatever. And so it's like, well, this is my uneducated opinion of someone who's quite bright and has a head on their shoulders and basically just isn't a moron. So, yeah.
Hey, we don't need no education.
So, yeah, well, I mean, education from the world. You need an education. It's just whether it comes from a formal institution or not. And let's face it, the education handed out by the formal institutions, sometimes it's uneducation or miseducation. So.
Oh, no. Guys, he does not know. He does not know.
Does not know what?
We don't need no
I knew that.
education.
I knew about it. As soon as you said it, I had the song running through my head, but I was like, yeah, but we do. And sometimes people misread that song as, the education is important. Yes. True education, though. Not the crap that they tried to feed down your throats in some schools. Or feed not being the appropriate word, more like shovel. So.
Buckle Bunny left something in the chat, but I can't see it. And I am not going to put it up everywhere. So
I can see it.
Haha. Yeah.
Which is weird.
Troll, did you delete that? What happened? Because step on Sneck at the shit post. Step on Sneck, yeah, it's there, but Bunny's comment that I was trying to get
is
not.
The comment that's private information. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Personal
information. You can see it. I can see it. Troll, did you delete that? Because Troll knows that I will normally delete anything that even vaguely doxes. Yeah.
Yourself.
Yeah. Or doxes somebody else.
Just as a general rule, guys, if you're putting stuff on someone's stream, try and make it less difficult for them if they're multi-platforming. It's like try and do stuff that isn't against the terms of service of any of the platforms, because on Twitch you're not allowed to dox even yourself. You're not allowed to give out any personal information.
Really?
So you can't even give your own private home address on Twitch, and you can't encourage other people to be doxed, obviously. And so if you put your email address on a chat from YouTube and then that person has that come up on their screen in Twitch, they can get banned. So it's always a good idea to try and send it to someone or ask if it's okay before you put that stuff up. Because I'm like, if someone says, I want to put my email address up in my Twitch stream, I'm like, I hope it doesn't get me banned, but look, if you want to do it, it's on your own head, because like my followers will see it. And if they choose to abuse it, I can't control that, although I don't agree with it. But
Asher, let me clarify. If I put my email up in your stream,
I don't know about emails
for what I did.
If I don't clamp down on it straight away, definitely. I don't know about emails, because email, of course, you can have multiple emails. But home address, if you put your home address up on stream, I'm pretty sure I have to jump on it as soon as I notice it. or Twitch will come down hard on me. And if I put my own address
That's
up
bullshit.
as a Twitch streamer, then if when you look at like privacy and doxing, like no one should have their home address up on a globally public thing. And so as a streamer, it's not a matter of if I allow it. It's once I clearly notice, wait, that person's put their personal address up. If I don't say, no, you can't do that. If I go, oh, thanks. By the way, everyone, here's his home address. And then wait 5 minutes and then discreetly delete it, then that's going to get me banned kind of thing. Well, not banned, but suspended.
It would be one thing if you were emphasizing it or putting it up. But if I do something stupid and gets myself hurt and you're getting punished, that's ridiculous.
That's why I said once noticed. Like if you put it up, because some people have a chat which is a page of text in 1 second. You cannot expect someone like with 50,000 viewers. You're like, that's why they go to emote only chat, because then they don't have to read it to moderate it, because it's just faces, facial expressions and stuff. It's because it's physically impossible to even follow that much text. Because if you and someone else are having a conversation, it's going to be 5 pages between messages that you're going to have to scan through. So if that's the case, you can't be held accountable for everything that's said there. So it's a matter of, and this has happened. Like people have literally been trolled into opening up porn on their channel on a child-friendly thing, and Twitch has said, we understand. Look, just don't do it again. Next time, vet your links before you open them on your same computer, kind of thing. Like they're pretty good with it. It's about intentional accountability.
By the way, on that note, troll, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, but they're still woke. That's a whole other issue. It's funny. You're not allowed to say. I don't know if I can say the words. Well, you're not putting it on Twitch, are you? No,
this is not. I don't have a Twitch account.
So on Twitch, you're not allowed to say simp, virgin, or incel. If a streamer says one of those 3 words in a negative context, like you're allowed to say it as like, you're not allowed to say this. So, but they're all avoiding saying it now. But if you call someone that and it's not as an explicit compliment, like if you say, oh, you're a simp, that's enough to get you banned. If you say it in that tone of voice. Which I've just had my 40th birthday and I'm waiting till marriage. So when on my birthday, on my YouTube stream, I put above my picture, 40-year-old virgin with 3 arrows on either side pointing down as a joke. And when I posted the video, I said, have you seen the 40-year-old virgin? If not, come watch my stream. But if I call someone else, oh, you're a virgin, I'll get banned. How ridiculous is that?
I've been called incel and I've been called virgin and I got 4 kids, but I'm an incel. Okay. Anyway, actually, 1 4, but anyway, moving on. And I've been called virgin. I've been called an F word that you can't say on YouTube. You can't insult me. There's literally only one thing you could possibly do that would insult me. Now I'm not sure it would work because somebody did it last year, year before. And that involves my kids. Just don't ever get somebody else's.
Never aim at someone's family. It's even if it's their parents. Like you don't aim at someone's family.
Well, yeah, you aim at them. That's fine.
Aim at their behavior. This is the thing. Ad hominem attacks are never going to work. They always have adverse effects. Aim at someone's behavior and their expressed attitudes. Don't even aim at someone's intentions unless they've expressed them, because you never know if you're even going to hit the mark. And if you miss the mark, then it's literally you're firing a blank round. It's got no benefit other than wasting your ammunition. Aim at what they do and what they say, and that'll actually have an effect.
I gotta say no to that. One guy actually did manage to piss me off badly enough.
Well, I'm saying if you want to be constructive, obviously, if you want to be an asshole, then that's a different story. Then aim at it. I mean, if you want to be vilified and hated by everyone, and aim at everyone and do whatever you can. But yeah.
Trapper, tell him what's going on and tell him tell Drew I sorry I can't make it.
Nice to meet you, Trapper and Paul, by the way.
Bunny, probably he should have started right about now. Yeah. Um, no, this guy said something about my kids. It was
Oh, Trapper Paul. Is that Paul Trappiel?
no, no,
No,
it's not the same guy.
different person.
Um,
Okay.
it's, you're so it's not just me though seeing
It
that,
gets
right?
messed up with different names and stuff like that.
Um, and Retro used to be following my channel. Have you heard from him in a while?
I don't know. I think it's been a while.
What the hell was that? Okay, moving on. Um, Discord is telling me that somebody had a open mic on me, but or a open speaker on me, but I'm damned if I know what it was. Um, yeah, no.
Where is? Oh, I got to scroll right down for that.
Hey, Ashley, I
Hey,
do
I'm
got a
on.
question.
I'm on the thumbnail.
Are you cool?
Only because
Um,
when Carlbot grabs the thumbnail, I was on the screen. Yeah.
got a question for you.
Yep. I've got an answer. It
What?
might even be related.
Maybe. What is legally considered a firearm in Australia? Because I know that there's
Oh
two major
gosh.
different sets of rules, at least. And let me kind of cut to the chase here a little bit for you. In most of Europe, the barrel is considered the gun. That's the piece that has to be
Oh yeah,
registered.
this is the mandatory carry thing. You explained why your name became mandatory carry about the whole which one is the registered thing, and you were saying that.
No, it has very little to do with that. Versus in the US, the lower receiver is considered the gun. So, what is the story in Australia?
Yeah. No, is it we because you were telling me about the reason for that and your friend making the part, and I remember this was the part of the same conversation.
Told you that story?
Yeah. So in Australia,
Okay.
I don't remember to be honest.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know what actually defines a firearm. Um, I know the categories are about the type of fire, but I don't know which part actually constitutes the firearm. I mean, they'll hold paintballs themselves at customs.
I'm sorry, what?
They will hold paintballs at customs if you're not listed as an authorized paintball person. Like
Really?
they're at
Paintballs?
customs. Well, if you're personally no, if you're personally importing paintballs as a private citizen and you have no reason to, they will hold them. But I don't even know if that's if that's a firearm thing or if that's a pharmaceutical control thing. Because I mean, if you think about it, a paintball is 1,000 little single dose items. If they're not actually filled with paint, that's an awesome way of importing narcotics into the country because no one
Okay,
would
I
look
get that.
twice. They come in a
Okay.
prepackaged bag and they're made in a pharmaceutical factory and they're some of the most perfect spheres you can find on the planet. So, like, that'd
They're
be an
not
amazing way
pharmaceutical.
of.
They're food.
No, but so the paintballs that are manufactured for paintball guns, there's less than 10 factories in the world that are capable of making that particular product, and they're mostly pharmaceutical factories because of the nature of the exterior surface. Whether it's a food product or not, it's actually made in a pharmaceutical factory because
Really?
they're actual pharmaceutical capsules.
Ooh, okay.
The
Actually, that told you.
pharmacy and food are becoming quite closely linked now as far as manufacturing because of the fact that they figured out you don't actually have to have ingredients, you just have to have flavors, which is why things are losing their nutritional value.
I can see actually that being a really good way of smuggling drugs.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go there. Um, but
You drop your phone, no one got banned.
well, yeah. Not yet. And if you did email me, y'all know the email. Although I guess I should be careful saying that out loud too. I'd invest in kaolin. I know I've heard that word before.
What component is a firearm?
Not entirely idly asking.
In New South Wales, a firearm is defined as a gun or other weapon that is capable of propelling a projectile by means of an explosive and includes a
Okay.
blank firearm or an air gun, but does not include a paintball marker. Within the meaning of the Paintball Act, we actually have a Paintball Act in Australia. Within the
Yeah.
meaning of the Paintball Act of 2018, or anything declared by the regulations not to be a firearm. So I'm pretty sure it's the whole gun. Any part of the gun.
You mean the rear sear pin on my Glock
So
has to be registered?
So ammunition is anything consisting of a cartridge case fitted with primer and a projectile, or anything consisting of a cartridge case fitted with a primer and containing a propelling charge or projectile, or blank cartridges, airgun pellets, training cartridges, or gas cartridges. So in other words, that little thing, the cream puff thing that you use for like whipped cream, that technically is ammunition, according to the firearms regulations, or any other
Oh
article
my
prescribed
God.
by the regulations for the purpose of this definition. And there's
I
actually rules about who can even own ammunition in Australia.
I'm just gonna have to buy a boat. Oh,
It is,
Troll
when you
says,
look into it,
huh,
like
I
it
know
is a
this
little
song.
bit ridiculous for an American. It is, I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous
No,
for
this
us
is
Aussies.
beyond ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm
For
sorry.
us, it's like, but for us, it's like, whatever. We'll throw an echidna at you and we'll be done with it. We don't need a firearm.
No, don't you know it's milk crate?
Yeah, well, no, but like depending on where you are, you might have closer access to a milk crate. You might have an echidna, just pick that up and throw the spikes at you.
Understood. And under
It
your
is actually
firearms law,
possible to pick up an echidna and throw it without getting hurt by the spikes. The echidna won't like it. It's very cruel, but it is actually possible if you know how to handle an echidna to pick them up without getting stabbed.
I've never heard that word before today.
What, echidna?
I thought you were mispronouncing a kidney.
No, echidna is the Australian porcupine.
Oh, okay.
Like Australian ostrich is an emu, Australian porcupine is an echidna.
Under your law, troll is actually a firearm.
Troll.
Just ask. Yeah, great skull sky troll. Under Australian law, he's a firearm. Just ask him. He
Why
said
is
that in the
that?
chat.
Why are
Look in
you
the
a
chat.
firearm? Oh, I see in chat, but I don't understand why you're a firearm.
It's a joke.
Yeah, but usually a joke has something like I could say I'm an attack chopper. That makes more sense than I'm a firearm. I mean, are you saying you identify as a firearm? But I can carry an
Uh,
AK style sporting rifle into a police station to report a crime. Yeah, that's one of the differences between Australia and America.
I wouldn't recommend that troll.
Well, it depends where you are. Like if you
Well,
walk in like that in certain places in who's this? No.
I wouldn't recommend it, troll.
If you can walk, there are some police stations in America where if you walk in with proper gun control and you walk into a police station with the gun, like if you show that you have proper firearms management and you walk into a police station, they won't feel threatened. There are other places where if you walk into a police station holding the gun by the barrel out like this, with the other hand up saying don't shoot, they'll take you out before the sliding door closes behind you. So, like,
Well, one of those two scenarios I totally believe. The other one, I've never found that place. Which one do you think is more common?
I decline to answer that question.
A smart man. I've never seen anywhere in the United States where if you walk into a police station with a long arm, they will not at least attempt to shoot you. And that's been caught on video.
Yeah.
Those were two very dumbasses, by the way.
Okay.
What?
I'm still trying to find the answer to that question.
Okay, don't worry about it too much.
No, but now you've got me interested. Oh, you want to hear the stuff about what we've banned? That's a whole other thing. You're not allowed to have an air rifle in Australia, which is quite ridiculous.
You can build an air rifle. You know that, right?
Yeah, but you're not allowed to have one. Whether you buy it or build it, you're still not allowed to have it. So we have to go to New Zealand to play airsoft.
No, that's going to change here pretty soon too.
But this is the thing, like in America, if someone talks about a gun buyback, they've basically killed their political career. Our problem with the gun buyback was that the major problem with our gun buyback was that people realized that the cost of purchasing a new gun was less than the cost of the buyback rate, so they were buying guns just to give them to the government and make a profit.
That's awesome.
That was the scandal for us.
That is totally awesome. Well, the other scandal is a bunch of people just said no. Yeah, and buried them out in their backyard or whatever.
Hmm.
And now, what is it? The 8th amnesty? Y'all are working on the 8th amnesty now?
Us?
Yes.
The 8th amnesty? What?
Every what is it? Year and a half, something like that. They have to declare an amnesty, and if you turn your guns in right now, pretty please, we won't prosecute you. But if we come to your house and find them in 6 months, you will be prosecuted. And then a year and a half later, they go through it again.
I don't.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
That.
Oh my God! I will get you a link. Usually, it's
I don't know about it happening more than once.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Australia announces gun buyback failure, announces amnesty.
You might only be finding one so far. And usually, you know who's turning them in?
Who? Deceased family members?
No. Drug gangs. They have been making them for their own use, and then the new amnesty comes along and, oh, hey, I've just found this in my uncle's shed, and here you go. And the same cop is looking at it and say, no, you made this in your garage 2 months ago.
Yeah, the only thing I found was an article in 2016 about an amnesty, but I don't know anything about Australian gun
2018.
amnesty.
There was one in 2018. That's when I became aware of
both. There was one last year.
Was there? On schedule. Well, I wasn't paying attention last year.
But let's face it, like if you did like if I was in government, I wouldn't even say it didn't work. I would say, look, the nature of things are people might have said no first time round. I'll take you up on that, Skytroll, by the way. If you have a minigun, I'll take you up on it. Like, yeah, whatever. I'll come to Georgia. Just don't point it at me, please. I'm not saying that's conditional on my arrival. I'm just saying, please don't. But yeah. But yeah, if I was in government and I was organizing a buyback of something, I would plan to have it periodically, not every 2 years, but just because of the nature of humans, that they're indecisive motherfuckers.
It's an average of year to 18 months.
Yeah.
And they had one last year, and that snuck past me.
Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about that. I mean, if the numbers were the same every time, then I'd be concerned. But I'd say, yeah, that's kind of expected. I'm not saying I agree with the whole thing or not, but I'm saying if I was in government and there was going to be a ban this type of weapon, we're going to buy them back, I would expect to do that periodically into the future as well.
Yep.
But
well,
yeah,
it works out great, right? So many bullets. Oh, um,
Is that because I said minigun?
because you said minigun. See,
Yeah.
in the U.S., miniguns are generally very, very tightly regulated.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, technically they're banned. You know the difference between a minigun and basically literally everything else, right?
Well, minigun is a chain gun, is a Gatling. It's a rotating barrel, isn't it?
Yes. Well, it's two or more barrels.
Yeah.
So they can just burn through the
Yeah.
like. I think the
Basically,
M134
as
is
long as you have enough
1500.
barrels, if you have enough, as long as you have enough barrels that the last barrel cools down before it's next used, then you have unlimited firing speed.
And because they're moving, they're getting more air across them, so they
Yeah.
cool off much faster.
Yeah. Like
And the more
like
barrels
the
you have, them
Vulcan guns and stuff like that.
20 millimeter, and the Avenger, the 30 millimeter,
Yeah.
and the new boy on the block,
I mean,
the
technically, the AC-130s have miniguns on them, don't they?
not technically, very literally. That's they got
Oh
the
no, wait.
Vulcan on them.
Wait, I'm trying to remember what's the next thing up from a minigun though.
It's just
'Cause
rotary gun.
Yeah, rotary.
Mhm.
So is the AC-130 a rotary gun or is it a minigun?
Uh, honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Is it the M134 or the M M60? I'm sorry, I don't know. Is it the 7.62 or the 20 millimeter? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because the definition of a minigun is a smaller rotary cannon. So the
Yeah,
Avenger is technically not a minigun.
very much no. That is the biggest rotary
Mm,
gun. Oh, well, the biggest one I'm aware of.
yeah, I think it's about the
Versus
caliber, small caliber versus large caliber, isn't it?
yeah, infantry caliber, it becomes minigun.
Yeah,
Which the biggest minigun I'm aware of is the M134 at 7.6251.
yeah, 72, 7.62 51s.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
So in American, that's 308s.
wow, there's a new name in here.
Marston Johansson.
Marson.
No, not
The
necessarily. It doesn't necessarily
oh,
require a hand crank.
um,
The modern Gatling guns are actually Gatling is the style. The original Gatling gun was obviously hand crank, but it's the style of cannon, not the
um,
original model. In the same way,
the
Hoover is no longer meaning a vacuum cleaner from Hoover.
no, the he's right. The last major production model of hand cranked rotary guns was the God damn it. It was on Forgotten Weapons.
I still remember that gun from Young Guns too.
I don't.
The movie
Doesn't
Young
ring a
Guns
bell.
2, where Emilio Estevez played Billy the Kid. And
Mhm.
at the end of it, that's how they take down the house with the hand crank Gatling gun.
Okay. Um. Anyway, the last hand crank was actually produced after the electric motored prototypes came out, or was still in production, and used a 50 cal reloaded 50 cal shell casing.
Hmm.
Yeah. It was a rich man's plaything.
Yeah.
Oh God damn it! What's the hell's the name of that? But yes, it can be either way. Supposedly, if you put an
ATF.
electric motor, huh?
What does ATF mean?
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms Bureau of.
Uh, he said he's probably ATF. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be troll.
Who is probably ATF?
Arson troll is he didn't mean it.
See, in America, it's alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. It also means automatic transmission fluid.
Yes, it does. But usually,
And I was
in
thinking,
context,
does he mean 8 at the phone? Because I know what AFK means. Like, but yeah.
Troll is very sorry. He didn't mean it. He was just joking. Which is actually what he said.
When you go to Australian one, you got all the most Australian websites of gov.au redirect you, and this one, atf.gov.au, sorry, this site can't be reached. And it's like,
Well, there is no
yeah,
ATF
but
in
most of the mistyped ones will redirect you to gov.au, but ATF doesn't. And you're just like, why is that the one you don't want us to know about? It's kind of weird. Oh no, I tried immigration without the O and it did the same thing. It's not as questionable as I thought. Everything stopped. Am I the one with the connection issue, or is mandatory carry the one with the connection issue? My aquaponics guru is an Australian called Rob Bob. That's an interesting name. Can someone just say in chat, am I the one who's, if you can see me and I'm still going, can you tell me so I know that okay, so he's frozen, not me. All right, great. So I have taken over his stream. I will wait till he comes back. But in the meantime, where is this thing? I thought that Australia had like Australian Task Force, ATF, Australian Task Force. Yeah, Australian Task Force. In Australia, ATF is actually a task force. I think it was like the prelude to the SAS. I'm not sure. Well, it was Australia and New Zealand. It was in the Vietnam War. Basically, we had the ATF. Asher stream. Yeah. Yeah. ATF was that's what threw me when you said he's ATF. In Australia, ATF is one of our Vietnam teams. No, not SWAT. It was only during the Vietnam War that we had the ATF. It was a combined, because we have the Anzacs. Australia and New Zealand have most often, historically, everything Australia's been a military force in, New Zealand has as well, and so we combine our teams for a lot of things. Well, I've only ever been able to, like, the only weapon I've ever fired out of range is a small ball rifle, because of the fact that gun culture in Australia, it's just kind of back. Like, if you're involved, like one of the people on my Discord server is actually someone who works at a gun range, so everything. And one of my other friends is a special forces nut, so he's done stuff like that. But the only time I ever even went to a firing range was as a cadet at school. So yeah, look, I mean, I wouldn't be able to bring it back to Australia, but I'm happy. Like, I've been to America once, and that was in the family trip to see a solar eclipse. But like, if I ever do that, like, because my dad's really interested in solar eclipses, and he takes, like, when one happens, he takes the whole family as a trip every once in a while. And so if we go to like South America or Mexico or something like that, I've already decided that I will negotiate, because usually I say I can't afford to go, and they say, well, that's not really. And I'm like, well, I got to earn money for rent when I get home, back at home. And they say, all right, well, you worry about the rent, we'll worry about your flights, and you can pay for the accommodation. And then I negotiate, well, I can't afford the accommodation either. It's like, fine, you ungrateful son of a, meaning person who can't afford things. And so they'll pay for my trip over, and then I'll just negotiate changing the date of my flight back. So instead of going with everyone else, I go by myself, and then I can come visit people. And like someone's already said, when you come over, I'm taking you to Chick-fil-A, and I will come to Great Sky Troll, and you can hand me a 44 for me to fire, and I can experience. You've never fired a weapon. Wow. Yeah. Most Australians haven't. They've never fired a gun that didn't have water in it. Yeah, I mean, most people in Australia, the biggest experience he's back. The biggest experience most Australians have of a firearm is Super Soaker and Nerf.
One of the advantages of using out those sticks.
It's rare to meet someone whose internet is worse than an Australian. Yeah, the 2017 eclipse. Before 2017, I'd never crossed the equator. And when I was in America, I literally had the thought process of, is there a way of getting deported that won't jeopardize my chances of getting back into the country? Because I have such a wonderful family.
Wait, you wanted to get deported back to Australia?
I wanted to go home and I couldn't organize my own flight. I'm like, I do want to come back to America at some point. So I don't want to get deported, but I wouldn't mind Americans just saying, get out and making me go to my family. I'm sorry. They said I had to leave. So bye. I mean, they mean well, but sometimes my family they forget that me being I was the youngest adult, but I was on the ladder. I was the bottom, including the Mexican guy that Dad got to know that year trying to sell eclipse viewing glasses that basically the Mexican customs decided we're going to extort the ability to actually get them into America. We're going to hold them in port and extort you through corruption. And Dad said, well, it's a bit late now because, yeah, it's too late to sell them, so you can keep them. And they ended up with a cargo load full of eclipse viewing glasses. But the guy who in Mexico City was helping him with that was higher on the ladder of higher in the hierarchy than I was, as was my brother's 3-year-old daughter. So I was just like, I'm done with this.
You're talking about 2017.
Yeah, that's the Martin Johansson was just saying that. Yeah, in 2017, the area was preparing for a flood of retina burns. Yeah, because people were like, and this is the reason, like Dad was being told, we don't want you selling here because people are going to misuse them and burn their eyes. It's like, yeah, because the person goes, oh, why is it so dark? I wonder what, like that's not going to burn their eyes looking directly at the sun, but wearing eclipse glasses because they were afraid of people going, oh, yeah, no, I can't see a difference like that. It's like, no, because we had a big thing in it saying, do not look at the sun, especially when you're using these glasses, and saying you look down, you put them on, you look up, then you look down before you take them off. And we had a whole thing about that. But no, they're afraid that the idiots who are going to look at the sun anyway might look at the sun while they're using the glasses. And interestingly enough, for those people who aren't aware, the material used in those glasses, it's the same material put on the shield of a NASA helmet. You can buy the material as a flat sheet and you can put it up on your window. So if you're ever in a situation where your home is in the path of a solar eclipse, you can literally just get the window that faces the sun at that time of the day, put it up, and everyone can stand behind that window as a family to watch the eclipse. Instead of the little kids going, I can't see it, Mummy, and taking the glasses off and risking burning their eyes.
Bunny's back.
And is going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go. Bunny, go.
Take care. Be your best self. That's how I end all my streams.
Drew, I said hi.
That's how I say my goodbyes. If there's any more important than my ego, I want it hunted down and shot immediately. Well, those Magnum ice creams are brilliant. So I don't know in America, but we have an Australian Magnum ice cream called Magnum Ego. It's the liquid caramel one. So if you try and take my ego from me, I'll get a firearm.
Your ego.
So
you want to roll?
Welding hoods are good. Yeah, welding hoods work as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because
yeah. So if you try and take my ego from me, I will take as you grab it, I will keep the stick and I will get you with the stick and then I will take the ice cream back.
Asher, you realize I sleep with brass knuckles on, right?
Yeah, but if you're going for my Magnum ego, those brass knuckles will not save you.
If I sleep with brass knuckles on, what do I walk around with all day?
It doesn't matter. It won't save you. You could blow my head off and my body will come after that ice cream.
You're just coming after the ice cream.
Well, you're taking my ego. You do not take a man's Magnum ego. It's like taking a British It's like taking a British man's tea. It's just you just don't do it. If you've learned nothing else from Dracula, don't take a man's caramel scented Magnum ice cream, and don't take a British man's tea. Don't take it, and don't take an American's firearm.
But I'm just going to nod and say, yeah. Okay.
Put it this. This is a better way of putting it. If you have a Colt 45 in your hand, and I have a Magnum Ego ice cream in my hand, and someone is feeling like being a thief, they're safer taking the Colt.
Wow. Because you're going to get the bullets. Which is pretty.
No, just because the defense level of someone having their gun taken away from them. It's this whole Australian mentality of, if you come after us, we've learnt from our native animals that getting close is enough to get you killed.
Yeah, we're not gonna screw with your ice cream. You can have your ice cream. You can have
just the good stuff. Like if it's like Streets ice cream, meh. Oh, funny story about packaging for you. In Australia, we have our premium brand like Ben and Jerry's, where you buy this much for $7. Then we have our kind of special supermarket brands, which are like 2 liters for the same price. Then we have our standard brands like Streets and Paul's, which is your 2 liter square plastic tub that's like $4. And then you have your supermarket Woolworths or Coles brands that are like $1.50 for the same size thing. Right?
Okay.
Now, Woolworths buys their ice cream from a particular company that's an ice cream company. And they were saying, make us cheap stuff. This is the ingredients you want to use. And the company literally said, buy our stuff and rebadge it. Because the retooling process of their quality Blue Ribbon ice cream, not naming the brand, but Blue Ribbon ice cream, those ingredients are much better than ones that the supermarket wanted to use. But having to stop that, clean everything down, retool, get all the new ingredients that are cheaper and crappier, and make the new ice cream, that cost was actually greater than just putting a new label on the tub. So they went from having crap ice cream that was the cheapest to having mid-tier ice cream at cheap prices, and they saved money. So now in Australia, if you want the good ice cream, just go to the right supermarket and get the cheap stuff. And that's actually true for a lot of products now. That if you want the good stuff, don't go for the bottom brand. Go for the supermarket brand, just the right supermarket.
And you got to make sure you're getting the right thing. Costco, it's an open secret that their coffee is made by shit.
Made by shit. Okay. There is actually a coffee that is made by shit. That's the thing.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Cat.
That's weird. Made by cat. Yeah.
No, it's yes, it's a breed of cat. Wild cat. Costco's coffee. Costco's a chain in the United States, the big box type store that is made.
We have it in Australia. We have like 3 of them in Sydney.
Folgers. It's an open secret that their coffee is made by Folgers.
Oh yeah, Folgers. Yeah, we don't have Folgers in Australia, but
yet it's cheaper than the Folgers brand.
Yeah.
It's also an open secret who makes their beer, but I forgot who it was. Not that you're not capable, but can you hold the audience for about 5 minutes while I take care of a 4 hours sitting in one spot problem?
Well, I did it when you dropped off, so I'm pretty sure I can do it again with warning.
I'll be right back.
What's that? Okay, for anyone who's wondering, what we were talking about before is you don't have to give them a wide berth. You can look seriously. We have wildlife parks where you can literally go hug a koala. You just don't do it without somewhat permission. If they get defensive, say I'm sorry and back off slowly, unless it's a cassowary, in which case just pray. But for anyone who was wondering what we're talking about before with feces, the Kopi Luwak, it's one of the most expensive coffees in the world. KOPI LUWAK It's also known as civet coffee, as in the animal, the civet, because the civet eats the coffee cherries and poops out the coffee seeds, and then that's what they roast. So instead of, not coffee seeds, cherry seeds. Coffee cherries. So I don't know, but yeah, basically it's poop. It's roasted poop. Yeah, civet coffee. Yeah. No Australian drinks Fosters. No. We have in Queensland they have 4X. That's a mid-strength beer. In Sydney, in New South Wales we have Tooheys New, and in Melbourne, in Victoria, they have Victoria Bitter or VB. So that's 4X, VB, and New. There's also Tooheys Old and Tooheys Extra Dry and all that. They're kind of the mainstream premiums, but Han, Super Dry, Premium Light, that kind of stuff. We have a lot of Heineken, and I work at ANZ Stadium. Also, it's soon to be back to being called Stadium Australia, which it was called during the Sydney Olympics. We have on tap and in can, especially during COVID. We've shut all the taps down. Sorry, in the virus, we've shut all the taps down and we just crack it open and hand to them. But so we have the beer we serve is Iron Jack Lager, and the light beer we serve is Han Premium Light. But historically on tap, we've also had Super Dry. Super Dry 3.5 is the mid-strength, because in New South Wales, at least, they don't serve full-strength beer at sporting grounds because a certain sport team that has Bulldogs as their mascot has a history of, after games, going home and causing riots on trains. So the stadium I work at said, that's it. All right, at Bulldogs matches, no more full-strength beer. And then they went, actually, you know what, just no more full-strength beer at all. And every other stadium in New South Wales went, that's a really good idea. The funny thing is, at the time, our official beer was Tooheys New, which is full-strength. And the only mid-strength we had access to was Queensland 4X. And every year, our football teams have a state of origin, which is basically New South Wales versus Queensland. And that was coming up. And the stadium's like, we cannot be serving Queensland beer at the state of origin. Someone has to come up with something. So they literally came up with a Tooheys New mid-strength for that event for our stadium. So when people ask why there is a Tooheys New mid-strength, the actual answer is because the Bulldogs fans can't handle their alcohol. None of them want to admit it, but that's why we have mid-strength beer. But so no Australian drinks Fosters. We're more likely to have a Heineken or like a Guinness or something. But yeah, if you're an Aussie and you drink Fosters, you have lost the respect of even the most newborn of infants. Like, just no, you don't do it.
Oh.
What's the thing in
Really?
America that you guys export but would never consume yourselves?
I don't know. We're pretty vulgar people. No.
I think that I get what you're saying, Sky Troll, but I don't think, because when you look at it, it's a clump of coffee seeds. They look like coffee seeds. It doesn't look like poop. So they may not have realized it was civet coffee. They might have tasted it and then go, oh, that's really nice. And then someone sees them with the pile of it and go, you realize that's poop, right? And then the guy's like, oh, well, it still tastes good and I like coffee, so let's go for it. So,
are you talking about civet coffee? Because that's made in France, isn't it?
What's the Asian palm civet? So
Really?
Indonesia, Sumatra, Indonesia. So Sumatra, Java, Bali, Sulawesi, and East Timor. It's also widely gathered in the forest, produced in farms in the islands of the Philippines, where it's called Kape Motit, and Kape Alamid in Tagalog.
I can answer your question.
Kape Melong Musang. You have an answer? Yep.
Nuclear bombs. We always export that shit.
No, you've used them. You've used them locally.
No,
Don't you have
we
a whole
might.
bunch of soldiers that have got problems because they watched them go off?
Yes, we have tested 3 inland, and then the rest of them we exported for testing and field use.
But you still consume them. You don't use
We
them. You're not the recipient, but you consume them in the same way that because that means bullets as well. Like
no. We consume a lot of bullets in domestically.
No, but
We
like that's
consume
saying you
plenty of
never,
bullets.
but you personally, I'm saying, but that would be like you saying you personally never consume rounds. So no, you consume them. You just don't shoot them at yourself.
Well, actually, most gun deaths
You
in the United
personally,
States are actually me
you
personally. Oh God,
personally,
no.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I've never
exactly,
consumed a nuke either.
exactly.
I've never.
But
I've
but that's
also
the thing.
never
You use
consumed
them.
Tang.
What was that? You've never,
I've never consumed Tang.
yeah.
And
But
the
so that's
U.S.
what
has
I'm saying.
just
So I
only
don't think
consumed
nukes
nukes
quite apply
for
on that one because you've used them, and I said use.
yes. Um. No, most gun deaths in the U.S. are actually self-inflicted. So we clearly consume bullets
Yeah.
for personal
Oh,
use
this
way too
lockdown crap.
much.
This lockdown is
Oh
not
no,
making
no,
it
no!
any
This is
better.
before that. This is
Oh no,
way,
I'm just
way
saying the
before that.
lockdown is not making it any better. We had so
Oh God, no.
Victoria went. It's a funny thing. Like Victoria with their lockdown, they had like I don't know another 1.5 cases or whatever, and they decided to go back into lockdown. The Australian Open tennis tournament is on, and they literally came in and said, right, lockdown's in 45 minutes, so we're going to kick you all out now, so you have time to go home, and 15 minutes time we will start the match again, so you can watch it on your TV. So they literally paused the entire Australian Open, kicked everyone out. Then 15 minutes later, the game started again. Now, at the same time, they've told everyone, like, you have to, like, this is the thing. And there's literally a woman whose child is special needs. I think he's autistic. And he called her from school in tears saying, my classmates are all crying. And he never calls her. Like, this is a kid who never even bothers to use the phone because autistic, like aberrations in behavioral patterns. But he
I
rang his
just
mum to say, my classmates are all in tears and one of them is considering killing themselves because of this lockdown.
this
And
is
this is
getting
the
ridiculous.
primary school autistic kid is saying this to his mum.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
At some point, you got to ask yourself:
I'm glad I don't live in Victoria.
that too? At some point, you got to ask yourself: is the cure worse than the disease? And when
I think it's gotten past that point now. In
first
most
grade,
places, not New South Wales. New South Wales is coping pretty well. That's why I'm glad I live here. And that's not an internal bias thing. I actually think that we are managing it better than most of the world. But yeah,
you're the ones that said, pretty please just wear a mask for now, right? New South Wales.
yeah, we've only had 2 lockdowns. One of them was the Northern Beaches. He's frozen again. No, he's back. Yep. One of them was the Northern Beaches of Sydney, and that was partly because they were acting like idiots. They weren't respecting the request. And the other one, what was the other one for? It's basically the only time they've ever put controls in is when reasonable care was being ignored by a select group. And they said, we can categorize that group, so we are going to make rules for that group. Just like in population thing, they've said, all right, this situation we can categorize it as a risk, so we will control that situation. This group of people are a categorized problem, so we will control that group. And so they said, by and large, we can control this issue because of the Northern Beaches by controlling the Northern Beaches. But other than that, they're pretty relaxed with it. We have a premier who at 11 a.m. every morning, like clockwork, has a press release, not press release. Press when you stand in front of the press and talk.
Press conference.
Press conference, yeah. Every morning at 11 a.m. she has a press conference where the state minister for health also speaks and gives an update on what's happening and what the current rules are, if there are any changes between last week or yesterday or whatever. But we're also the ones that are getting every other state in Australia saying, you're doing it wrong, you should do it like us. And we're looking at them going, we're looking at your numbers and we don't understand how you can think you're doing it better than us. Because we've had less people infected by COVID than you've had people die from COVID. You are idiots. And they're still like, oh yeah, but we're just like, we have Anastasia Palaszczuk, who is being nicknamed Anastasia Pinochet in Queensland, who has said no one is coming into Queensland unless you pay for quarantine in a hotel, except if you're a high-profile celebrity, because we have to keep the economy open. We're going to shut down all state trade. The only thing we export is bananas and pineapples, but we're going to let in celebrities so we can keep the economy going. We have Victoria, who said, oh, no, we don't want to use federal police to man our quarantine hotels. We're going to use a private security company. Oh, and we're going to pick Indigenous people because we're woke. And the Indigenous people outsourced it to the lowest bid, which was a company that purely employs international students, gave them 5-minute briefing for training on site that did not even mention the pandemic. And then it was a big surprise when the security guards were caught sleeping with the people in quarantine. And that particular incident is where every single Australian case since that has been a community transmission has come from. That one hotel issue. And they then tell us how to manage it when we have an outbreak of one person. And then we have Western Australia, who is led by a megalomaniacal emperor dictator who's a germaphobe and has all but seceded from the entire country. And they still can't keep the virus out, but they tell us that they're coping better. It's like, the only reason you guys haven't starved to death is because you are the mining capital of the country and we rely on you for probably half our GDP. Otherwise, we'd be done with you. It'd be like Texas without the oil or the people. Like, if you take away the oil and the people from Texas, it's just a big piece of land. That's most of Western Australia. So, and they're telling us that we're doing it wrong. We're just glad that Northern Territory and Tasmania are smart enough to keep their trap shut.
I used to work in the security industry, and when that security guard scandal hit, I was actually working as a guard at a factory in South Reno, and I'm sitting there listening. Actually, it was Daisy talking about it. I'm sitting there listening to her talking about it. I was like, gee, who would have thought that could possibly happen? Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw that. The moment she said it, I was like, that's inevitable. What asshole put this program together?
Chairman Dan we call him Chairman Dan of the VCP. In the VSR. So Chairman Dan, as in Chairman Mao, Chairman Dan of the Victorian Communist Party in the Victorian Socialist Republic. He's also he's the one who signed them up. He signed Victoria up to the Silk Road. Like, our federal government said, be careful of China, and he signed the state up to the Silk Road Initiative.
Is that even legal?
I don't know if it's constitutional or not. There's a lot of people asking that question, and there's a good possibility that any actual steps that are going to be taken, the federal government's probably going to shut it down. We've already got a problem that the company that runs the ports in Darwin is a Chinese company, so they literally own the Darwin ports. And we had a problem at the beginning when there was a toilet paper shortage. What was happening was Chinese companies in Australia were bountying toilet paper that would then get sent, and masks that would then get sent to the Darwin ports to get shipped straight back to China. That's how they got over their toilet paper shortage, by exporting it all from Australia. Like,
that's what was going on.
Well, there's a whole thing. That's why there's a whole thing in our political party, which I'll explain another time, but I may have been expelled by now. We'll see. We'll wait. We're waiting for the Supreme Court to decide that one. The bunch of people they expelled who said we can't actually, a Christian Democratic Party should never say this person's God anointed, therefore screw the rules. And so now we're actually asking the Supreme Court to say, can you please stop them from doing anything else illegal? and they've tried to just start expelling people because of it. And I'm one of the people on that list, even though I actually wasn't on that side or that side. I said, I'm in the middle, I'm independent. And the reason they're expelling me was because I was in the office at the time a coup was occurring, even though my reason for being in the office was to talk to the guy who runs the office, who's still like employed by them, and to set up a camera so that I could get any dodgy stuff. If you're persecuting the guy setting up the surveillance camera to catch dodgy stuff, the only reasonable conclusion is you're doing the dodgy stuff. But go figure. I don't know. But so one of the things, because we've had policy, that was a whole side thing, but the point is we had a policy discussion, and one of the things we've concluded is that any infrastructure or property in Australia must be owned. 66% of it must be Australian owned. And when we say Australian owned, it means that you have to be able to trace it back to either a government body, Australian government body, or an Australian citizen by single passport, or 50% of an Australian citizen with dual citizenship. So basically, if you're a full Australian citizen, that counts as full. If you're a dual citizen, then you only half count. And 66% of the ownership of any infrastructure or property must trace back to Australia. That's our rule that we want to put in.
Asher, walk away from the party. And if they want to kick you out, just walk now.
Well, no, because it's literally like they had a mediation yesterday, and there's going to be another, like, it's an evidence gathering phase. And when it comes back to the court, it's literally going to be one of three things will happen. They'll rule in favor of Fred, the guy's in charge, and they'll kick us all out, in which case I'm done with it. The party's going to implode. As he does illegal stuff, he'll probably get pulled out of parliament. The reason that he's doing illegal stuff isn't because he's doing it. He's just okaying what he's listening to other people, and he's got poison voices in his ear. So the other option is they rule in favor of us, and he leaves in a huff, in which case hopefully we'll have enough numbers not to be dissolved, because you have to have 750 members to actually be considered a party, or otherwise you have to run as independents, which means you get no coverage. As you know from the American election, independents just don't cut it. No. And then the third option is that somehow in this process, he realizes that a particular person, who I'm not going to name because of the fact, libel, defamation, that person is the poisoned voice, and she gets dumped, at which point there's a good possibility the whole thing just moves forward and we're all friends again. Because she's the one who's writing the things, like she's the one writing the emails that he puts his name to that are going to have him up for defamation lawsuits. When those lawsuits go through, he and his wife are going to be bankrupt, which means neither of them can serve in parliament. And when he gets pulled out of parliament, this poisoned voice is third in line, and so therefore gets to decide who takes his spot. Who do you think she's going to pick?
Oh,
so we're just hoping she gets ousted before everything actually comes down after hitting the fan.
You're right. Independent is there's two ways to get into political office as an independent. Either you're bloody fucking rich,
or you're corrupt.
You're not the one in office. You're the one, the kingmaker, the one behind the scenes.
Either you let people put their hand in your wallet or their hand up your bum. That's the only two ways.
Yeah.
So Pinochet. So Palaszczuk, Palichet, is her actual name, but we call her Pinochet, which you can Google. Pinochet has a nice, colorful history to that name.
I know who Pinochet's helicopter rides refers to.
Yeah, free helicopter rides, just no free landings.
I don't care. It's going to be taken to private mode anyways.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Marson. How do celebrities keep the economy going? Like, that's the whole thing. It's ridiculous. It was like it was like film stars and sports stars and stuff. So they were going to play a sports game and keep the grounds. I don't know, some ridiculous thing. Yes, they're only a fraction of the total economic activity. That's the whole point. In Canada, you had to pay up to $2,000 for a 3-day hotel stay. Yeah, this is 14 days. We have a 14-day quarantine. Then you get tested again. Then you get let out into the community. You have to come back 14 days later for another test. So you get tested on the way in, you get tested on the way out, and then you get tested 14 days later.
Troll, I'm going to throw a flag on the play. I don't think Biden actually put out a single dollar or what happened last year. Somebody else put all the money out for him.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, I think that the hands behind the Republican and the Democratic Party both want Trump gone. And the Republicans
the entire time.
Yeah, the Republicans stood by. The biggest problem Trump had in office was that he didn't have enough staff. And so over half of his staff were Republicans that didn't want him in there.
Oh,
that's what. Like when you have to find 4,000 staff, it's a little bit difficult to do it quickly in a political sphere.
You could be onto something there. You could.
That's why he was getting bad. Like did he launch one drone strike? No, one incursion, not a drone strike, but he launched one military incursion at one point, didn't he? He did one military act. Two. And those 2 days, the Democrats gave him a reprieve, didn't they?
No. Well, one
they went easy on him.
The one he inherited from Barack, which was Niger, but he took some sort of special action related to that. The other one was strictly retaliatory. It's when Iran pointed their missiles at Saudi Arabia. They weren't even pointed at the Americans. They were pointed at Saudi Arabia in general. One of those targets happened to be a Saudi air base that was occupied by U.S. forces.
Yeah. But one of those theories is that was actually I can't remember which one, but one of them, he acted on false information that was being supplied to him by the insufficient staff contingent that were there to undermine him. And so that's why a lot of people like, wait, this is what you said you wouldn't do, because he was getting poor information from people who actually didn't want to drain the swamp. They were part of the swamp, but were installed by the Republican Party when he ran out of staff and asked for help. That's one of the theories I've heard.
This is the first I'm hearing about that.
Because there's a lot of people saying that his biggest issue while in administration was that he didn't have enough. And that's what they're saying about if he comes back or if someone else comes back in his stead, you need 4,000 people ready to go when you get elected.
That could
because
be
you need
career.
Yeah, you need 4,000, not just like you need 4,000 ready staff to take administration. Otherwise, you're going to be infiltrated by people who are untrustworthy and who are going to intentionally undermine you under the banner of the same flag.
Troll, he stopped using that excuse last year.
Yeah.
But right.
He was unpersoned, but he was only unpersoned by some people. But yeah, I think Trump. I think that I mean, heck, Act Blue gave more money to Biden's campaign than Biden did, which is Black Lives Matter. Let's face it.
Well, it's
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah.
Not.
I said that just to provoke you partly, but yeah, like let's face it, 85% of Black Lives Matter money went straight towards the Democratic campaign.
Way more than that.
I said 85. I didn't say only 85. Just before someone fact checks me, at least 85. 85 did. I'm not saying that 15. 85. I'm not saying 15 didn't. I'm saying 85 did.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have been going for 4 hours now, which is twice my usual length.
Sorry to take up so much of the airtime.
I asked you to be here. But I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up at this point. Yeah, at least.
Marson, that's unfortunately true about the entire left. You are welcome to have your own opinion as long as it matches theirs.
That's true of all extremists. And I'm anti-extremist.
You're extremely anti-extremist.
No, I'm just anti-extremist. Because extremely anti-extremist,
is extremist.
That I maybe want to hurt them or something. Yeah, no.
Well, no, if you're extremely sorry, that doesn't mean that you want to hurt people who aren't sorry.
Okay, we'll argue about this some other time.
Yeah, argue semantics with an Australian. That's a good idea.
No, I don't have time. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up.
I'm pretty
here.
sure there's a tide you can hold back while we do it.
No, I'm not Moses.
No, that's the point. Because trying to hold back the tide is more effective than arguing semantics with an Aussie. Because if at any point we're on the ropes, we just resort to slang, and then you got no quarter.
I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Please say thank you to Asher for coming in, especially dropping everything at the last moment like you did.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you for continuing to pay attention even when I was talking over mandatory carry. And sorry for, just so everyone knows, I do actually have ADD and a habit of talking over people that I am working on. I am trying to fix it.
I have the mic control over here. We got to that. You want to plug your channel one more time?
Like I said, Wolfling at Play, Wolfling's World, and Uneducated Wolf. The easiest way to find them is to go to wolfling.info/channel. That gives you the full list of everything. And though there are ways of donating, I am more interested in YouTube subscribers at the moment. I would literally rather you subscribe to my YouTube channels than send me money.
Same here.
So, wolfling.info/channel.
What's your current subscriber goal?
My current subscriber goal is more. Well, I need to make money, and that's 1,000. So you can't make any money on YouTube without 1,000. So that's my aim. But yeah,
I don't want the money. I just want to be able to start posting memes in the community channel.
Yeah. Well, the reason I want the money is because I don't want to have to do other stuff. The reason I want the money is not because I want money. It's because if I'm not making the money, then I have to find another way to pay rent. And if I'm finding another way to pay rent, I'm spending less time doing this.
Okay.
It's literally it's a means to an end for providing content. That's my focus. Unless I get elected for something, in which case I will be using all my spare time out of Parliament to make content. But it will literally be a matter of I will run government first, I will provide content second, and I will use my income to support those two things. But at the moment, it doesn't look like I'll be running for office for anything anytime soon because, yeah, expulsion. So let's focus on the content.
Really? All right. Asher, thank you for joining us. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up there.